Good morning and welcome to the Nottingham Hockey Centre for this World Masters Invitational event. First up on pitch one today we have Scotland versus Wales over 35s. In the words of the late great Robin Williams, it's 0900 hours. What does the O stand for? Oh my God, it's early. Let's see how the teams cope with this time of day. They've had the lineups there out into their huddles. Both sides have played twice so far. Wales lost 7-2 to the guest side, the England Lions, on day one, and then conceded a further 7 against England yesterday. Scotland lost even 8-1 against England on the opening day, but then only succumbed 5-2 to the Lions yesterday and felt that they could have got a win with a much improved performance. Both sides have worked hard and fought hard so far. Speaking to them before the game, they both see this as their cup final, and this matchup could be very interesting. How they start, well, that may well depend entirely on whether they discovered or decided that the amount of recovery carbohydrate in a pint of beer was the same as that of an isotonic sports drink. Both sides enjoying the hospitality here last night, because they are here to have some fun too, taking it seriously on the pitch but enjoying the atmosphere off it. Our umpires today are Alan Miller and Dan Wewall, ably supported by the reserve umpire and bench officials. Reserve umpire Kevin Tate, Emma Longbottom, Joe Barnes and Jane Rickey running the bench for us as both sides are ready to get this game underway. Scotland will be playing in that traditional white shirts, blue shorts, white socks, playing from right to left across our screens. Wales in their red shirts, black shorts and black socks. Those of you who haven't joined us before, 4 periods of 17.5 minutes. A couple of minutes between each of the first and second quarters and the third and fourth. And then we're compromising on an 8-minute half-time. The pitches will play beautifully. Heavy rain overnight here in Nottingham, making sure all of the 5 pitches that we're utilising across this International Invitation event will play quickly. Lineups from Scotland: Pitcairn, Baird, Hilton, Cochrane, Mundell, Hilton again, Dawes, Scott, Caldwell, Wright, Batchelor, Matheson, the third Hilton brother, Barron, Jackson, Nelson, Robertson, McCorkle. For Wales, Ashley, Davies, Wilyman, Dawson, Sellers, Pearce, Murray, Thomas, Bendry, Bowen, Marchant, Thomas, Girac, Nelson, Khatib, Mills and Hudson. Just the last few moments before this game gets underway. About 20 seconds by my count away from pushback. Both sides were keen and eager, warming up well here a good hour before the game. And we are underway here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre, home of many local clubs, including the hosts, Beeston Hockey Club. You've done a fantastic job. Thank you to all of the volunteers that have put this together and the club themselves. The Griffiths have done a huge amount of work, and at this point I'd like to mention Steve Floyd, who's been one of the driving forces behind the organisation of this tournament. The international window was here because of the World Cup that was postponed and then cancelled, deciding that we would open up this 2-weekend period to see if there was an appetite for Masters hockey, and what an appetite there has been. Dozens of sides turning up here in Nottingham, putting everything on the line over last weekend with the ladies tournament as such, although we had some of what would have been the Grandmasters here as well in the men's competition, and then this weekend 35s, 40s, 50s, 45s, 50s and 55s. Fabulous competition, Steve. Thank you very much for all that you have done. Wales pushed back by the high Scots press. Good hassling from Ashley Cochrane. Comes to nothing and Wales can reset, trying to walk that ball forwards. Not quite under control. Scotland were a little disappointed with that 5-2 result against the UK Lions. Felt that at 2-1 they had the game really there for the taking, and then they let the Lions off the hook. They sat back a little bit, allowed the UK Lions to get a little bit more forward momentum and pressure, and that turned the result in their favour. Wales working forward around that right hand side. Good driving run from Murray into the baseline, just plays it off his right foot, gets it across the circle, but the hit bisects the two forward supporting runs, and Scotland can come away with no real danger on their goal. good right-hand side overlap. Little layoff, looking for the supporting run. Ashley Cochrane down that right-hand side, goes to slap it in, gets across, gets a touch for the 23 restart. Scotland will be marshalled by their captain, Craig Hilton. If you see him running around, you may well see number 85 on his shirt. Unfortunately, a bit of a equipment issue, so he's taped a number on for now. We'll see how long that lasts. First time ball in the circle, whip round the feet and then played across. Good tight angle shot, thudding into the pads. Bright red pads of Darren Marchant on that near post for Wales. Scotland playing 3 forwards high into the circle. That's a clever little ball touched in, creating the angles. Wales get the ball under control. In the end, the whistle goes in their favour as a little bit of shoulder-to-shoulder contact. Graham Batchelor just coming in a little bit hard for Scotland. Both sides setting up 4-3-3, so a back 4 platform, 3 midfield, 3 forwards for those uninitiated viewers this morning. Just making sure that they've got defensive structure, trying to keep anticipating the options from the opponent, that there'll be 3 forwards marked up by 3 defenders and then a free defender usually playing on the route to goal. Nice spin pass high up the baseline and then whipped across. Goalkeeper coming out to make the touch. Scotland in the bottom right hand corner, choosing to try and go to the overhead. The overhead effective in the end because it didn't go up in the air, it just bobbled its way through. Scotland working back. Half hit pass off the wrists of Caldwell, looking for the high forward run of Jackson. No particular desire to get the ball back in play. Just 4 minutes gone here in the first quarter. Both goalkeepers called into action once so far. Kick clearances. Overhead ball comes through the deep defence of Scotland. Andrew Hilton stepping forwards just to try and deny that ball high up the pitch. Richard Bendry looking for it. It was the requisite 5 metres behind the defender as he stepped in. Wales uncontested ball, good lateral transfer, finding the option down this right hand side. Longley, then you see the intent of the through ball, looking for Bendry. Really good movement, the early pass, the combination from Khatib down that right hand side. Looking, Bendry had led high, little interchange, triangular passes. Bendry's gone again. He felt he could have just used his reach, let that ball go across his body outside his right foot and driven around the baseline. Scotland managed to pick it up as Wales cut in field. Scotland working that right hand channel. The slap ball intercepted. Good defensive position from Wales. Oh, a little bit of confusion over on the far side. Skipper Wilyman diving for the interception. Andy Murray now in contention, trying to deny the overhead ball, arms aloft, making a physical presence in front of the distribution point. Scotland, opportunity down the left-hand side, eyes up for Ian Hilton, one of the 3 Hilton brothers in this Scotland team. Good collapsing of the defence by Scotland, holding onto the ball well by Cochrane in the middle. Ashley Cochrane it was who just collapsed that Welsh defence. Bendry trying to go on the backhand to play it across field. Takes a Scottish touch and Wales will retain possession. Wales work this ball around. First mention for the support that we have streaming today, and the tournament in general wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. Today's presenting partner, as they have been On a number of occasions, Sandycliff Ford of Beeston, they support local sport, but they also provide high quality new and used cars, both nationally and locally. Please do look them up online if you're looking for a new set of wheels. Scotland working again down that right hand side. That's a long reaching tackle, looked a little bit aggressive from Wilyman. Chasing run down the left hand side, trying to get that ball in play for Wales across the middle of the circle. Wasn't a huge degree of pace on the forward runs. Wilyman had played the really measured pass very, very well. Robertson on that right hand side, driving down the baseline, gets it around, then it had to be an absolutely clean tackle from Hudson on the reverse. James Hudson, one of the players for Wales who we'll see on top of the circle from the set play penalty corner, if and when they get one. Wales pop into midfield, just trying to get the ball in and out. Good confidence from Khatib in that central midfield role, just to take the ball in, knowing that he's under pressure, able to play it back out across the full-back triangle. Good run from Scotland in towards the edge of the circle, takes a touch and they'll get the 23 restart. Long corner in old money. Scotland finds some space into that left-hand side across the face of goal, takes a touch. Goes all the way out, and that'll be a defensive restart. Good movement again for Scotland. It's that early transfer that creates space for themselves, moving the ball sideways and then finding the forward ball high into the circle. Good interception from Scotland high in midfield. Now they've got a little bit of space. They can find their way down this side. McCorkle looking to just turn around, backhand across the goal. Takes a touch, and that has gone in past Darren Marchant. It was on the backhand. The cross seemed a little bit lifted, but umpire absolutely clear that it wasn't dangerous. The touch in past the goalkeeper, a ghosted, deflected touch. Here we see the interception. Scotland burst forwards. Lovely little lifted ball out to the left-hand side. The forward from McCorkle finding the reverse, then that touch into the heart of the Welsh circle, and a fabulous finish. Scotland take the lead after just under 10 minutes of this first quarter. That deflection from the reverse stick cross, beautifully played in. All happened so quickly. We'll get confirmation of the goal scorer for you just in a moment. Wales, though, it was all about the turnover through midfield. They were trying a lateral transfer, which is exactly right. There just wasn't quite enough pace on it, and Scotland absolutely punished them on the turnover. Goal's been credited to number 18, Jamie Jackson of Scotland. That tip in off the reverse, really well watched and well taken. Dominant right hand, seeing the ball coming across his face, opening the blade, taking the touch. Scotland on paper fractionally better statistically than Wales going into this game. Conceded a couple less, scored one more. We have learned through all the commentary here and in other tournaments, though his statistics count for very, very little when it comes to the actual competitiveness. Vital, diving deflection, that's the sort of commitment that either side are going to need. Chris Gierak that time on his side, on his nose, working the interception. Down the left-hand side, Chris Nelson carrying it forward, just protecting the ball outside his left hip, thinking about that reverse stick cross. Scotland tagging up in the circle, but also leaving a fairly high midfield line so that Wales are denied easy lateral transfer. Scotland working it forward, trying to get the ball away. That's a Welsh tackle, surely possession for them. It was. Scotland have to back away. Were they 5? They were. That's a corner. First set play for Wales. Really well worked by Chris Nelson in the Scottish circle, getting a touch on that ball onto a Scottish foot. First set play for the Welsh. Scotland trying to deny the transfer. The smashed ball in takes a touch, then the carry out is overturned there with the free hit. Wales taking it really quickly. Good movement in from right, finds the ball under the arm, and there, little touch by Nelson, wins the set play. Double Castle on the top of the circle. Hudson and Thomas comes out to the near castle. Hudson on the drag flick, plays the ball through it, gets a touch defensively. Umpires deciding that it was a legitimate touch, therefore not a re-award. Again, the injection probably not quite as tight to the trap as left foot as Wales would have liked. A particularly sympathetic ball actually outside as Adam Davies tried to rotate around the right hand side. Did a huge amount of legwork to get himself up the pitch, and then the pass just forced him out towards the sideline. Scotland going high. Missed touch in the first instance by Robertson. Robertson gets the ball across. Really well done on a diving backhand. Kept it absolutely flat. Superb execution from Robertson on the reverse. Clever overhead. Wales got a little bit caught. Well, Scotland felt that they were carrying no injuries. They'd enjoyed the tournament so far, and they were looking forward to this. For Wales, in the warm-up, I have to say, a couple of players, there's some strapping out there. A couple of players looking a little bit laboured. Maybe the fatigue of 2 games in 2 days so far not really playing into their hands. Nelson needs to be a little bit careful as he just tries to shove an opponent away. Appreciate wants to get the ball in play as quickly as he possibly can. Wales forcing the play a little bit. Player happy to play into contact using the movement. Scott Mills moments ago just driving through that left-hand channel. Wales then recycling. Hudson goes to the hit, crossfield hit. Could see the angle of pass, but so could Scotland. Defence stepping out and intercepting. First time pass on. Lovely little movement under the arm. Scotland now towards the top of the circle, but Hudson using his reach. Getting a clean tackle and winning the free hit. Supporting run. Bowen looking for Pearce on the overlap. Doesn't get the support that he needed. It was Caldwell just moments ago that Hudson was able to get that clean reverse stick tackling using his height, his reach. Wales changing the back 4 to a back 3, making sure they've got that triangle, pushing one player up into midfield, creating options for themselves. Scotland working forwards. Down the right-hand side, little layoff pass from Matheson. A little bit of sunshine, finally breaking its way through the clouds here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre. Absolutely bounced it down overnight and thoroughly soaked every single surface, which, well, a number of the players will be happy with that. Playing across 5 pitches here, fabulous facility, rivalling the best in Europe. Scotland working in, get the touch, get the equaliser, not the equaliser, that's the second goal that goes for them. Absolutely brilliant finish by Robertson on the near post, on a near angle. Marchant beaten on his near post, the ball down the right hand side. Very clever build-up play, space and opportunity. Plays it off the right foot, little push across, really good reverse stick trap on the baseline that enables Robertson just to get his way through the ball. Very well worked, and after 16 minutes towards the end of this first quarter, Scotland 2, Wales 0. The second goal, Michael Robertson from a narrow angle. Brief pause. Injury in the middle of the turf. Looked like it was either a whack on the toes, or for Thomas it might have been a hamstring, one or the other. Seemed to be limping and clutching at both things at once as he started to just crumple towards the floor. He makes his way across the bench, the assistance from the physio. Scotland, gentlemanly conduct, throw that ball back to the Welsh backline, allowing play to restart. That's an intercepted pass. Goal scorer Robertson picks that up and just tries to find the overlapping run of Caldwell. Doesn't manage to do so. Again, Robertson getting a touch. Seems to get all over everything at the moment, covering a huge amount of ground. Scotland's second goal scorer of the morning. Wales choosing to go high. Two players in congested space when that ball was thrown, Bendry being one of them. He now chases back to the left-hand side, out of shot, steps forward now to put pressure on the ball carrier. Mundell finds the ball down the left-hand side, and then the backhand cross again. Similar opportunity to that which they scored their first goal from. Good early pass from Mundell, but that is the hooter. Both sides will go in after this first 17.5 minutes for a quick break. A word from their coaches. But Scotland, you feel, will be far, far happier. Really good forward play. Dominated at times. Michael Robertson, I feel, the point player in their press, dominating. Really incisive, and got himself a goal for the second quarter time here. It is Scotland 2, Wales 0, with those goals from Jamie Jackson and Michael Robertson. As the teams start to make their way back out, mention once again our presenting partner, Sandy Clifford of Beeston, but our accommodation partner, Village Hotel Group. They operate 32 fabulous quality hotels across the UK, and they're hosting a large number of our teams from last weekend and this weekend. Then our hockey brand partners for the event, Adidas, Kookaburra, Griffin, Grays, Mercian and Ritual, all delivered via the Hockey Centre, one of the oldest hockey specialist retailers in the UK. We're underway for the second quarter here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre. Scotland leading 2-0 as Wales step forward and steal that in midfield. Lovely little ball under the arm, finding its way into the circle. Bendry using his size, trying to keep that ball on the end of his stick. Fouling in the end, knew that the opportunity was there, just couldn't get the ball out after Andy Murray had given him the ball inside the circle from a great midfield steal. Wales, early opportunity, and Scotland unable to then make one for themselves after a full-length counter down the pitch. Both sides starting this second quarter full of energy. The overhead clearance from Wales down the left-hand side. Lovely little open-handed sliding slap to change direction. Davies comes forward down that right-hand side, finds the forward run. Khatib down that right-hand side, takes the ball one-handed outside, tries to protect it a little bit, floats it forwards, and it's a little deflection from Ian Hilton across the baseline. A deflection is allowed. A deliberate play of the ball over the baseline would be considered an offence for those new viewers that we have. Attempted disguised ball in, comes to nothing. Matt Bowen's pass read by the Scottish defence as they stepped forwards. Wales just seeing if they can transition from a flat 4-3-3, pushing a player forwards to create a 3-1-3-3, a higher supporting defensive position, kind of a sweeper playing in front of a marking back three, creates more midfield opportunity. At the moment, however, for Wales, the chances are relatively few and far between. Scotland have made the most of what 3 opportunities that they've had, scored 2 goals from 3. Another ball into the circle. Wales stepping forward. Bendry with it on his stick down in front of our commentary position, intercepted or at least blocked by Ian Hilton as he stepped up. Disguised slap down the line, not disguised enough, and intercepted by Batchelor. Batchelor tries to look infield, just floats the ball forward. It'd be a difficult one to take, and it was indeed a tough one for Chris Caldwell to just take down because of the little pop and skip on the ball off the turf. Early intent though impressive. Every time Scotland win the ball in midfield, they are looking for those forward passes, fairly direct, looking to work the ball route one pretty much on a number of occasions. Wales playing it into congestion and then trying to think about working it through. Turned over. Good footwork, however, penalised in midfield. Andy Murray not able to do anything about it, and then Jay Wilyman suggesting the free hit was taken a long way from where it was actually given. The skipper making his point. Carried forward, open-handed slap. You can see the intention from Chris Nelson. Didn't get where he wanted it to go. Unfortunately, didn't have enough connection on the ball. Now Bendry can get his eyes up. Has very little support out on this right-hand side. You feel he's going to have to go back left. Does so. Scotland have worked hard on that. So he's got there in the end, but I was going to say a relatively poor pass through midfield. It was easily read, and the attempted interception from goal scorer Jamie Jackson didn't get enough of a touch on it, but Bendry correct as he had to go back across the left. He had absolutely nothing on his right-hand side other than a whole load of open space. Could have driven into it himself, but have been running away from the support of the rest of his team. Connection and pass. Good lead forwards. Andy Murray trying to get high into the circle. Hilton sets on the top of his D. Goes to the overhead, little moving ball left to right, gets underneath it really well. Wales giving Scotland the requisite 5 metres of space on that overhead coming down. Batchelor works it back through Hilton. Hilton jab tackle away, just a little bit of stick taken by Matt Bowen and therefore penalised. Hilton again works it back towards his goal, picked up by Nelson. Nelson plays it out down the right hand side, the pass, the reverse pass, dummy to start with and then moved. Wasn't picked particularly cleanly, although the contact by skipper Wilyman is penalised. Felt a little bit 50-50. Wilyman happy to step into that. That's a loose pass that Scotland are going to have to scamper to get it back as they work down that right hand side. That, however, is clever movement. Ashley Cochrane holding the ball in his stance, allowing the defender to get close as soon as that defender moves forward, exploiting the space behind the moving defender by just popping the ball into it and accelerating, using his speed. Scotland again resetting. Hilton, point distributor from the back, width on either side, finds his brother Andrew Hilton. Good angles for Scotland. There's the movement off the ball. So crucial to good defensive transfer. Understanding from defensive teammates where the easy ball is, whilst you want the ball into congestion, collapse of defence, and then incisive movement. Didn't seem to be a foul in the build-up play. Nobody seems to touch that at all. However, Scotland win the free hit. Can reset. They move the ball the 5 metres and then play it through. A little bit of a touch takes the pace off the ball, and Scotland are able to reclaim it. Little open-handed push pass into the circle. Scotland go on to the reverse to work it in. They have managed to get a ball in and around the D somehow. Goes past Darren Marchant in the Welsh goal, but they're unable to actually force it across the goal line. Not sure whether it took a defensive touch, but eventually Wales get the ball away because it comes off the foot of Jamie Jackson. Hudson, that heavy strapping on his right leg, one of the corner flickers if they manage to get another set piece at the moment, working down the right hand side. Adam Davies just has that supporting run working through and then goes infield himself. Really well worked, seemed to just glance off the back of his shoe, allowed the benefit of the doubt, doesn't go anywhere. Rolling, pick and roll into the circle, the backhand clearance away for Scotland, the scamper out to left defender, allowing them to get their feet round. Really good movement from Ashley Cochrane down that right hand side. Now the ball across to find space on that right. Scotland moving the ball across the slat, but it's read easily by the static Welsh defence. Hudson stepping in there, reading it, and able just to take it cleanly and easily. Wales then counter. Andy Murray end to end as it gets a little bit stretched, and that's always the case when a bit of fatigue creeps in. A team counter-attack, 3 or 4 players support the ball carrier, the defence doesn't step up, and it leaves a gulf, a chasm in the middle of the pitch that the opponents can then counter-attack themselves back through. And as teams tire, they're the sort of spaces that we expect to see. Some calls from Scotland of keep possession, understanding that they're in a dominant position from a scoreline perspective. It does feel that they've had more territory. They've had more ball on the end of sticks. The pass completion rate has been a little bit better. Commentator's curse is the first touch from Nelson. Just goes a little bit awry, but they're able to recreate it. Robertson hasn't had as much ball in this quarter as he did in the first quarter. Was all over the pitch in the last 6-7 minutes of that first quarter. Scotland find their way into the circle, try and play the slat pass across. Opportunity, having said that Robertson has had no chances at all that moment. Gets it on his back foot, tries to get the shot away. Seems to touch the top of the ball but not get a clean strike. Reset and the restart is pretty much in the identical position from where we just spoke about those Scotland calls of keep possession, restart, work it around. Wales just still keeping a solitary player high in a pressing line, trying to deny a full transfer. Well, unfortunately, that's a relatively weak close down from Andy Murray. He stepped in there and jumped his feet out of the way. You need to be stronger and braver in that line if you're going to actually deny lateral transfer. Oh, an edge. Wales get away with it. That's a little bit scrappy and messy through that central midfield channel, and Wales are punished. Scotland get the ball in the restart. Umpire feeling that it hit a Welsh foot. Ball into the circle. Robertson gets half a touch. Wales restart. Turnover, turnover. At the moment, either side. Wales getting a little bit caught by an unexpected direction of free hit. It's a bit difficult in those congested areas to predict which way the free hit will go. Robertson, space down the left, carries the ball on his left-hand side, protects it with his right foot, but really good, clever, strong defence from Wales. Got to be so smart and so mobile in those situations. The ball carry position really encourages physical contact if the ball is behind the body, and as a defender you've got to get your feet right around the ball, get into a strong, dominant position. If you don't, then you draw the foul, penalty corners and cards. Wales starting on that left-hand side, looking for the cross-field transfer. Scotland read it easily, however, and carry that ball away. Nelson finding the pass out to the right-hand side. Scotland, little looped ball through, however, read and intercepted. Wales lateral transfer. They have space down the right-hand side if they can find the opportunity. Down Khatib in front of our commentary box. Little 1-2. There is space down here if Wales can find it, choosing to work through central midfield and then out to the left-hand side. Bowen in that central midfield channel, you can see in the middle of the shot, just trying to dictate and mastermind some of the structural play.
Disappointment out on that left-hand side from Mills, tapping his shin pad, knowing that he should have taken that ball down. Limited opportunity to get the ball on their stick, so having to make sure that when that chance does come, the trap is clean. Scotland still happy to keep that back four, that 4-3-3 shape formation that they started this game with, keeping it at the moment, managing the clock, not needing to force themselves to a back three. Play extra through midfield. Matheson beneath that commentary position, offering a high left-hand side ball. Now Scotland have gone to that back three triangle. Point distribution at the back. Door then finds the ball out to Hilton. Hilton working forward, still has that opportunity. Matheson underneath, then a little jab touch, clever jab touch from Cammy Scott, trying to play that ball forwards. The little jab reach I'm talking about, you reach towards the ball angle, the stick face, pop the ball up as the defender, the opponent steps in on a flat tackle, and the ball then goes over the top of that defensive stick and allows you to accelerate into space. Wales, good possession through central midfield. Pick up and move. Half slap, push pass out to the right-hand side. Difficult trap, very well executed. Then the crossfield slap, that's absolutely on the money. Brilliant play across from Thomas. And then the forehand take. Unfortunate for Wales that it came to nothing, because that's the best, most incisive pass really into the top of the circle. Laith Khatib on the top of the D, leading, offering on the forehand. Now, however, Scotland have absolutely acres of space. Robertson finds the ball into the circle. Attempted diving deflection. Marchant comes out on that one and smothers it. The kick away, denying Scotland a third goal. 4 minutes to go in this first half here. Wales versus Scotland in the men's over 35s competition at this international invitation event. Over 50 international masters teams taking to the field across 2 weekends of competition here. Last weekend dominated by the women's competition, this weekend the men's. Men's ball into the circle. The running hit for Scotland. Difficult to execute on the run. Sure enough, a lack of accuracy means it goes harmlessly across the baseline. Despite the 2-0 scoreline, Wales with opportunities of their own. We just spoke about that beautiful slap pass into the top of the circle. Scotland defending relatively well, and because of the score position at the moment, they can afford to keep an extra defender back as a back four platform to work from. Wales, you feel, need to change that 4-3-3 into the 3-1-3-3, pushing that extra defender up, create more midfield pressure for themselves, passing opportunities. Just looking at that shot there, only 2 Welsh players, red shirts, squared up by 4 defenders. Scotland able to get enough players around the ball, possibly a touch of fatigue creeping in for Wales, unable to commit enough extra players towards that high ball. Midfielders maybe not able to do the legwork up and back. Mills shuffles his way across, tries to deny the ball down the line for Scotland. Scotland now with time on the ball. Wales have to decide if they want to pressure the ball carrier. They need to be a little more aggressive in these last 2 minutes. Whilst Mills is shuttling sideways, does he need to step forwards, get out to his right-hand side, deny the pass to full-back under the arm, and then move forward with just a little bit more intent? Does he want to, or can he? 2 key questions at this stage of the half. Both teams having worked really, really hard. Hit ball into the middle of the circle. Will it fall kindly for Wales? Seems to get somewhere close. Ball in, opportunity, and then the goalkeeper comes out, smothers really well. Chance for Wales to get back on the score sheet. Seemed to be a relatively straightforward opportunity. But as the goalkeeper, Cairn, came off his goal line, smothered well, denied Wales a goal that would get them back within touching distance. And that's good camaraderie there. It would have been easy for Wilyman and McCorkle to just throw each other to the floor, really, in some sort of wrestling move. Saw that it was just accidental contact. down that right-hand side. Scotland's goals, one from the left, one from the right. The reverse stick cross that led to Jamie Jackson's first goal. And then the right-hand side attack that led to Robertson slapping it in from a narrow angle. Scotland now working towards the edge of the circle. Really good carry, attempted under the arm ball, however read by Mills really easily on the open stick. And as the clock counts down, he hacks it away from a right foot. Wasn't a clean contact, but was enough contact, got underneath it to just make sure that he cleared his defensive lines, doing that running work. And as he runs back across our commentary position, not on camera shot at this moment in time, a tired looking man who's done some work up and down this right hand touchline. Third game in 3 days. Maybe this 9 AM start, as it was, a little bit punishing for the players out there. Some hospitality enjoyed last night. Lots of the teams here taking advantage of the fabulous atmosphere that's been created, this event itself, just to get people back on a pitch after the last 2 years of the pandemic, limited playing opportunities. All the sides really enjoying the hospitality and the atmosphere away from the turf, but then on it, absolutely putting themselves out with everything that they've got to try and get the results that they want. But it'll be Scotland the happier after the first 2 quarters of this first game of the day here on pitch 1. Goals from Jamie Jackson and Robertson give Scotland that advantage. 2-0 at half-time here in Nottingham. 2 more quarters yet to play. Good interception from Scotland high in midfield. Now they've got a little bit of space. They can find their way down this side. McCorkle looking to just turn around, backhand across the goal, takes a touch, and that has gone in past Darren Marchant. It was on the backhand. The cross seemed a little bit lifted up in the circle, but also leaving a fairly high midfield line so that Wales are denied easy lateral transfer. Scotland working it forward, trying to get the ball away. That's a Welsh tackle, surely possession for them. It was. Scotland have to back away. Were they 5? They were. That's a corner. First set play for Wales. Really well worked. Double Castle on the top of the circle. Hudson and Thomas comes out to the near Castle. Hudson on the drag flick, plays the ball through it, gets a touch defensively. Single surface, which, well, a number of the players will be happy with that. Playing across 5 pitches here. Fabulous facility, rivaling the best in Europe. Scotland working in. Get the touch, get the equaliser, not the equaliser. That's the second goal that goes for them. Absolutely brilliant finish by Robertson on the near pace off the ball, and Scotland are able to reclaim it. Little open-handed push pass into the circle. Scotland go onto the reverse to work it in. They have managed to get a ball in and around the D somehow. Goes past Darren Marchant in the Welsh goal. Hasn't had as much ball in this quarter as he did in the first quarter. Was all over the pitch in the last 6-7 minutes of that first quarter. Scotland find their way into the circle, try and play the slap pass across. Opportunity, having said that Robertson has had no chances at all that moment. Gets it on his back foot, tries to get the shot away. Seems to touch the top of the ball, but not.
Welcome back to the Nottingham Hockey Centre for this men's over 35s international match between Wales and Scotland. Scotland leading by 2-0, courtesy of JJ Jackson's deflection from a beautiful reverse stick cross, and then Mike Robertson's finish to give them the second from a very narrow angle. Wales have had their chances but not really troubled Cameron Pitcairn's goalmouth in the first half. A goalkeeper change. Johnny Baird, the Grange goalkeeper, coming in for the second half for Scotland. Wales similarly making a change. Darren Ashley taking his place underneath the crossbar. So just wait for the sides to get a couple of bits of admin done. Protective equipment shuttled around the back of their goalmouths in case of set plays. Few and far between so far in this match. Penalty corner opportunities. Bendry in the middle of that shot, been one of the busier players for Wales, got himself into some higher positions. For Scotland, it was about Michael Robertson's running, did superbly, not just to score the goal, but how well he was closing down the chances that he was creating from the forward pressure. Strolling around just in front of our commentary position, outside of camera shot, Welsh captain Jay Wilyman will want to make sure that he controls, dictates play, gives opportunity. Scotland immediately winning the ball back. Hilton finding the ball back into that defensive zone. Played out down this right-hand side opportunity. Again, the forward look from Richard Wright, trying to see what chances he's got up the sideline. Nothing going, and that back three platform for Scotland setting itself up early. Lovely little slap ball through a midfield channel. Pulled back into stance for Hilton. Hilton picks and moves. Sorry, that's actually Cochrane, not Hilton. Now it works out to the back division for Scotland. Opportunity down this right-hand side. Pick, roll, early, instinctive pass, intercepted by Wilyman. More of a defensive role at the moment. Force back Wales again as Scotland take the ball from outside the 23. Heavy challenge, it'll be a 23 restart. Once again down this right-hand side. Early Scottish pressure in this game was down the left, and then it seemed like they switched the focal point, consciously or unconsciously, who knows. Certainly there seemed to be more space for Scotland down the right-hand side. Anybody who's listening hears the occasional secondary whistle. There is other pitches. There's 4 other games going on at the moment. Fabulous festival of international masters hockey. Scotland have turned that over, working into the circle. Good single-handed tackle back from Wilyman, gets enough on the ball just to knock it out of play. Alan Miller, arms outstretched, our umpire on this near side. Feel he will be the busier of the two if the first half is anything to go by. Hudson, oh, was that an attempted overhead or was it just a push pass into midfield? Who knows? It gets to that centre half roll, the pick and roll out, but absolutely no angles, and the ball arrives with Hudson with supporting, or limited supporting play. That is a high tariff, open hand, deflected pass for Wales. Hilton, though, forced to chase hard as Bendry posts himself back up on the left-hand side this time. Sellers working the back out. Wilyman goes for the long hit in, pulls it a little bit, despite the target of Gareth Thomas on the edge of the circle. Unable to connect. Scotland go for the long overhead. It's just going to skip away from the forward run of Jamie Jackson. Able to get on top of that. The pitch turf wet. The ball skipping quickly off the surface. Playing beautifully this morning here in Nottingham. Well, that is a poor choice of pass into 3 or 4 players. The slap ball into the circle. Then all of a sudden, that's a great option. You've got to love an upright half volley reverse opportunity. All because James Hudson had chosen to try and slap it into congestion. Big whistle. Alan Miller just suggesting that maybe there's a little bit too much chat coming towards him. Jay Wilyman expressing his opinion about what the problem is. Bowen letting his frustration
boil over a little bit. Seems to be still a fairly well-mannered, well-constructed chat. Wileman choosing to peel back in there, has to go away from that contact, surely. He's doing very, very well. Created problems for himself, really, by essentially turning the wrong way into a flat stick tackle. Bendry working his way back in, seems to come off a Scottish stick, did indeed come off a Scottish stick. Wales can work their way forward just to drop off to the skipper. Eyes up, has support out on his left, chooses to go little left to right movement, really nice movement to the ball to eliminate through midfield. Now Wales can come forward, good pairing between Wileman and Bowen. Ball into the circle, takes a foot, and that will be a Welsh set play opportunity. That's a cheap corner to give away. Skipper Wileman and Bowen working well. Lovely little move there to create the space. Carries on running Wileman to the left of the shot. Bowen then cuts in field, finds his captain, or tries to find his captain. That little touch away could have been penalised. Then the ball into the circle, the long slap in. 2 or 3 options there. Scotland getting penalised as Ian Hilton steps forward and it hits his foot. Scotland lining up 3-on-1 defence. Johnny Baird underneath the crossbar, ready to defend. Double Castles. Comes out to the near castle, seems to take an age to get there, nothing coming. Bowen takes the chance, and then the injector, sorry. Richard Bendry gets it on the end of his stick, but can't pull round it enough to get it on goal. Seems to be real confusion as who was taking that ball at the top of the circle. Scotland then with the overhead away and a lovely open-handed ball. That's a fabulous hit into the circle. What could Scotland create? The answer is very little, but supporting run out on the right-hand side, driving the ball in. Wow, it's an all-or-nothing tackle. You get the ball, you're absolutely fine. You get the player, you're on a 10-minute yellow and a corner. Absolutely last ditch. You've got to say the decision was the right one because it was well executed, but if it had gone wrong, that would have been horrible. Scotland, however, do find the space working in down the right-hand side to get themselves a set play, a chance from the top of the D for their penalty corner routine. Seemed like there was absolutely no opportunity. The little clever movement, the pick and the roll takes Wileman out of contention, the little ball along the baseline, and then a late tackle. Absolutely, it's that reach around attempt from Laith Khatib that is penalised. Wales putting on their masks and their gloves. Runners choosing to just have gloves, hoping to get close enough that a mask's not required. A piece of protective equipment's on the goal line already. Uncertain as to what has been blown. If it was Scotland breaking the line, then the injector's going to be sent away. If it was Wales breaking the line, then they'll be down to 3 defenders. It must be Scotland because it looks like the injectors come jogging up to the top of the circle, given our shots right. And the replacement, Andy Hilton, goes back to that injection point. That's the rules. If an attacking player breaks the circle line before the injection comes in, then it's the injector. So that's the penalty to the attacking team. Injection is clean, stop is clean. Look, a bit of right-handed deflection opportunity for Scotland. You've got on the line, you've got James Hudson pretty much on his knees, creating as big a barrier as he possibly can, assisting Darren Ashley under the crossbar. Scotland going for the tip-in, but the connection, the final touch, not quite there. In real time, a suspicion of the right-hand dominance on that, the trap, the injection at the top of the circle. Good movement from Bowen, good strength in central midfield. Wileman picks, finds the support inside. And then the movement sideways. Wales, well, they had some space, they can't have the communication. A lack of chatter to Chris Gierak as he came down that right-hand side, completely unaware that there was a chasing Scottish forward coming back to try and jab the ball away. The free hit will be retaken, the ball was moving, didn't seem like it was particularly close to where the original infringement was. Well, sending a further player forward for that restart. Well, that ball's in pretty much exactly the same position as it was just moments ago. Restart, however, allowed across the pitch, out. Doug Dawson on the ball, gets his eyes up, chooses to go back to the right-hand side. Little interchange, defensive triangles into that central midfield position. Bowen working forwards, lovely, really good choice of pass. Wasn't particularly well executed, but you could absolutely see what he was trying to do as he cut right to left, drew the defence, went for the backhand. Now the crossfield sweep. Not enough power on that, getting absolutely nowhere. Dawson able to pick that easily. Bowen then that central midfield role finds a good, powerful push pass out to the right. Wales can then reset. Bowen protecting the ball well, looking for the little overlapping run. It doesn't come. It knew exactly what he wanted. Not read well off that right-hand side. Wales getting a little bit more territory, able to work the ball well, finding some space, particularly taking the ball left to right across their body, well, able to play it down that right-hand side. Now the hit ball in. Can they find a touch in the circle? They do. Penalised, however, for, well, must have been either the ball hadn't moved 5 metres before it got played into the circle, or alternatively it taken some sort of a edge, maybe off the foot of a Welsh forward. Wales transfer, sorry, Scotland's transfer even, really quite deep at the moment. Wales now deciding to step out on a slightly higher press, make sure that Scotland feel there is some pressure. That's a loose ball and Wales can now step forward as that's picked right on the baseline. Step up from Thomas, try and do something, but it was laboured running. You've got to say that was the run of a tired man after 3 days of international hockey, 2.5 games. Wales seem to have a little bit more pace in midfield than they do in the front line. Wilyman and Bowen bossing things as best they can, but it does feel like they've got limited runs, not in terms of the number of the runs, but the pace of the runs they've got from their forward. It feels like forwards haven't necessarily got that electric movement they'd be looking for. Bowen off his right foot tries to whip the ball in, really well read by Scotland on the top of their circle. Vital interception from Chris Nelson. Nelson steps forward again. Hand in the air, holding his position, trying to make sure he is 5 metres away. It's gone 5 metres, it's just looped up into the circle. I'm not quite sure what Bowen was appealing for. Defenders were far enough away. There didn't seem to be a touch on the pass in at all. And now Robertson, goal scorer, takes the ball outside his right foot, makes it almost impossible to tackle. Body contact could be coming. Wales work the ball away, however. Well, you've got to say, fabulous defensive position for a single defender to take up the right point in the middle of 3 opponent attackers. Scotland getting players forward into the circle. Play getting a little bit split as the sides attack and counter-attack. Midfield work rate just starting to drop away a little bit. 5 or 6 minutes to go in this third quarter. Scotland stepping high in their press, leaving players high because the support had come for Robertson as he worked that ball down. That's gone off. Scotland win the ball back. Quick restart off that right-hand side. Penalty corner given for not being 5 yards away. Davies penalised from a sideline restart. It looked tight. However, Alan Miller right on top of it. We'll see this as the ball gets taken off the sideline here. Davies misses it, goes off the sideline. Does he now back away? Is he 5? You've got to say he wasn't 5 in the first instance. It was a really close run thing, but you can see why umpire Miller's given that, can understand it. He just didn't get himself far enough away. Scotland, set play opportunity, chance to widen this gap between the two teams. Scotland 2, Wales 0 in this men's over 35 clash. Set play opportunity. Just the 6 players up for Scotland, keeping 4 back, a defensive shape in case of counter-attack. Out, stop clean. Not convinced it went all the way outside the circle. However, it is a lovely clean drag off a nice stop. Scotland do indeed extend their lead from the top of the D. If we look how tight this is, look at the left-hand position of the trapper, Nelson, as it comes out, and the ball position, difficult from this camera angle, looks so tight to the edge of the circle, but gives enough time for that drag to come through. Clean, well-executed drag flick. Scotland 3, Wales 0 as they continue to create opportunities and forward pressure and momentum. Scotland ball move touched outside the circle so that they can work it in on the angle, get the deflection to enable them to get it into the circle. So Richard Wright on the drag flick, giving Scotland that 3-goal cushion. Wales, you feel, with a bit of a mountain to climb now. Johnny Baird in the Scotland goal, not troubled particularly during the course of this second half so far. Goalkeepers for both sides being exchanged at half-time. International teams these days really choosing to rotate their goalkeepers either at quarter-time or half-time. Very few sides choosing to keep goalkeepers on all the time. A number of teams did so at the recent Olympic Games. Great Britain men with Ollie Payne and Great Britain women with Andy Hinch. Forget the name of the top goalkeeper, and with the rules in the Olympics being such that the goalkeepers couldn't change, it was one of those few times that they didn't. Scotland then playing the ball away. Correcting myself completely, as in the Olympics they didn't rotate goalkeepers at all, of course, because there weren't any second goalkeepers in squads for that tournament. I was thinking back to the European Nations Cup that we covered just before the Olympic coverage began. In that competition, goalkeepers being rotated on a regular basis just to try and keep them fresh, but with the player numbers that are allowed in the Olympic Games slightly different, which is for the confusion. Scotland now pick up down the left-hand side, a little bit of space. Can they get that second phase ball? They can't, but the clearance from Wales off the sideline, meaning that they have to reset yet again for Wales, set up their defensive lines. Need to get good clearance ball, not just crash ball away, because it comes back seconds later. That felt like it was lifted on the clearance. Bit of confusion. Both Alan Miller and Dan Wewall, the umpires, this morning having to reset, restart. Hudson choosing to use that flicking skill that he has to go overhead with a pass. Wales with a little bit of territory. Can they get the ball? There's a rotation into the circle, but that's it's a penalty corner given. I felt the rotation from Gareth Thomas was into a flat stick. Not sure what the problem was there, but we see the overhead pass. This was allowed on the takedown. There was a bit of congestion on the edge of the circle. Scotland have got the ball under control. Then they give it away. Ball under the arm. No issue there. Was that the first tackle that was heavy? The challenge that came in from Phil Matheson deemed to be illegal and heavy and leading to this Welsh set play. Wales, two Castles. Hudson on the near side. It does come out to Hudson. Takes it under his arm. Trying to create the opportunity for Bowen. Bowen's flick is poor. However, the clearance is worse, which enables Rich Bendry to step in off the injection spot, because the goalkeeper, Johnny Baird, did not get any foam on that at all. The flick from Bowen wasn't quick enough. We see the replay. Comes out to the top of the circle. Hudson with the opportunity. Bowen clever, didn't look interested, doesn't get enough on it, but in doing so the ball speed wasn't enough, and Baird's got himself into all sorts of trouble by trapping that underneath his foot rather than using the foam of his kicker. Doing so, it sticks, he doesn't clear it, he ends up diving, well, pretty much head first towards the floor. And Bendry right on top of it, coming in off that injection spot, getting his first goal of the day. Scotland 3, Wales 1. A vital goal at the end of this third quarter, getting them back closer to being in touch with the Scots side. A set play opportunity finished by Bendry after some, well, average goalkeeping by Baird. There's the scoreline at the end of quarter 3. Scotland 3, Wales 1 here in this invitational event men's over 35s game. Teams make their way back out for this fourth quarter, the last 17 and a half minutes of international competition over this weekend for both these sides. Scotland had gone away to a 3-goal lead, courtesy of that flicked penalty corner from Richard Wright. Wales, however, with a set play of their own. Play gets underway, goalkeeper not on the pitch, but time has to be restarted. That's the 2-minute quarter time. The goalkeeper shuttles his way out and across. Darren Ashley to get himself underneath that Welsh crossbar. Ball in off the right foot. To be fair, Beeston Hockey Club crossbar, it's not a Welsh crossbar, but we know what, everybody knows what I mean. It's early for us too in the commentary chapel here at the Nottingham Hockey Centre. Fabulous to have the opportunity to stream and commentate on a few of these International Masters games. This weekend being just an opportunity for these teams to come together after the World Cup was postponed from 2020 into 2021 and then finally cancelled. That will take place in 2022, hopefully. The 35s and the 40s will be here. I believe the 45s, 50s, 55s in South Africa, and then 60s, 65s, 70s and 75s, what was the Grand Masters in Tokyo, I believe, if I've got that right. So much activity going on. The first over 80s international match sanction going on at Bisham Abbey in the middle of September. Over 75 trials taking place at Old St Helens at the beginning of September. So many players, both across both genders, wanting to get involved with this ever-growing Masters community. Whilst for a lot of it it's about participation, there is a massive performance element once the teams step across that white line. One of the Dutch sides deciding their over 50s was going to be their showcase team, and if you wanted to play in it, you had to have played full international hockey at what we would consider to be regular adult standard, the sort of sides that go to World Cups and Olympic Games at normal level. Scotland penalised for what was, well, you say a fairly aggressive challenge. I'm not sure it was deliberately going to ground. However, the step in, as we see the ball played in on the replay, it's Chris Nelson, I think, steps in and goes to ground. May have only just tripped over, but just looked uncontrolled as the step in here was deemed to be overly aggressive and penalised with a set play for Wales. Wales getting that first goal at the end of the third quarter because of a set play. Can they get themselves a second and get back within touching distance of the Scots? Injection is clean, trap is good, little bit of opportunity, goes to right hand side, not sure it's the right choice, working in by Laith Khatib off that top strike, didn't seem to be particularly decisive, got a foot in the end for a re-award. Wales at the moment seeming to not have the confidence to try and get a shot away. Bendry getting everything that he can on the injection, the trap seeming to be fairly clean, but the movement off the trap not so immediate. Wales taking a few seconds to reset. No need for the umpires to allow that if they don't want to. They don't have to. On a reset corner, out to the top. Trap again is clean. Out to the left-hand side. Bowen on the slip flick, goes into the goalkeeper. More of a touch this time. Johnny Baird getting enough on it. Bowen, I think, will be disappointed with that. He's a better player than that release is. He's had two opportunities, neither of which you feel that he's really got through. I perceive he's trying to slingshot that out from underneath his feet across the goalkeeper, and it's going too straight. Yes, the first one that he did, Wales got the rebound opportunity because Baird didn't kick it clean particularly well. That one straight down the middle though, and Baird able to put a left foot through it and clear it safely. This quarter ticks down, if Wales really want to perceive this and play it as if it was a cup final, they're going to need to make some decisions about moving that back four to a three, pushing players into midfield, maybe moving it to a twin centre halves to create more passing opportunity. Wilyman with the looped ball trying to find Bowen. That exchange between those players absolutely crucial. Well, Wilyman's put a great big boot through that, and that's got about 10 yards further forward, but Umpires Miller and Wewall happy with where that ball has ended up. Contact running, the running back from Andy Murray deemed to be illegal. Scotland given easy ball, they can transfer. You can hear the call now of go, go, go. Bendry in that front line encouraged to play that high point player in the press, trying to deny lateral transfer. There it is, opportunity. It's a dreadful pass from Scotland. Bendry unable to get, wow, a stick on it, and there's a grin on his face. He knows that he was behind the play, and it's a lucky foot. Yeah, Bowen and Bendry with a little fist pump. But the choice of pass here, we talk about Bendry being at the top of the press. This was just, well, not quite sure what that pass was, because it certainly was absolutely nowhere near the intended target of Richard Wright. And the foot giving away the penalty corner. 6 for Wales so far this game, and they really do need to get meaningful shots on goal. The clock is not their friend. Bowen and Hudson on the two castles. Goes to the near castle. Bowen tries to go for the slap. Oh, that's gone. What on earth? That's a slap? Well, to me, that's a slap that they're looking to go to the goalkeeper's left. But it didn't look particularly high. Go back to real time. We'll see that replay in a minute, hopefully. Scotland work their way through. Wales have thrown men high. Can Scotland get that ball? Everything he's done is right, except for keep it on the pitch. Every single bit of chase and effort down the right-hand side. Ash Cochrane Cochrane doing everything he possibly can. Touching it, touching it, touching it. Bendry takes it down, and Wales have a little bit of midfield transfer as they go backwards. They have an opportunity at any point to see that penalty corner replay, just to understand why Bowen was penalised. Good Scottish interception. Wales working back, however. Wileyman takes it forwards, just drives. That's a tired lack of choice. That's a lovely forward ball. Robertson, who's been quiet throughout the second half, tries to get it, does go over the baseline, and Wales will have a restart. Here we see that penalty corner again. Out to the top, comes in. There's the slap, perceived to be high, but that to me was dipping down underneath the backboard. The rule is that it just has to cross the goal line at backboard height or below. Yes, the slap is deemed to be a hit, so that's the rule, but you feel that's a, well, obviously umpire Dan Wewall was far, far closer to it than we were, but it felt like on that replay that it was dipping down towards the backboard. That's a lovely little over-the-top floated pass taken down in the heart of midfield by the skipper, Hilton. Tries to find the supporting run. Cochrane down the right-hand side, can't get the touch that he needs, and it's a tired look to the heavens as we're into, what, 9 minutes to go here in this over-35s Masters match between Wales and Scotland. Who has the mental strength to make the right choices, to deny the errors that when they creep in, that is what's going to get punished? Basic skill execution. This isn't about the fancy stuff. This is about, can you push it to a teammate and then run into the right place and make a simple choice? That is a great overlapping run down the right-hand side. Slap across goal is the right choice. The angles were narrow. Important for Scotland that they were trying to find the spaces across Darren Ashley's goal. Scotland with the ball on sticks on the baseline, rolling back away from that dead zone, unable to get anything in the circle, and then eventually all the way across without the touch from a white-shirted player, and Wales can reset. Scotland staying high, getting as tight as they possibly can. Chris Cordwell leading that forward line. Oh, that's a hacked ball forwards. Again, could see what the intent was. The wrists trying to open up to hit that ball left to right into the heart of midfield to get a release, but slicing underneath it as the body weight falls backwards. That ball's moved far enough now, can go straight into the circle. That's a good slapped ball in. Wales, however, with good defensive integrity, stepping forwards. Hudson and Thomas front marking in the circle, denying the ball to the back space of the goal. Scotland seeming to get a little bit more out of this right-hand side of the pitch. A bit of disappointment from Bowen, suggesting that he is being aggressively tackled on numerous occasions. Well, that might be the case, but umpire Alan Miller reading that as not foul, but just tiredness. Left-hand reverse opportunity. Well, the whistle going, suggesting that Miller perceived the shot. Well, one or two things. Either it's going away from goal, which, given that Darren Ashley got his left hand on it, it was pretty close, wasn't it? Or alternatively, it was backstick, which was what caused it to lift. Wales get that ball away, still with possession on that right-hand side. Ball on stick. That's a lovely first touch from Bendry, unable to get the second, using his reach to pull it across his body. It took a little touch on the way through, just distracting him, moving the ball fractionally. Scotland force back. Wales now have to step forwards and win that ball. Not sure that Scott Mills really was ready for that, was anticipating the overhead, and the ball just pushed gently, lamely forwards out of the back as Scotland tried to clear their lines. Wales do have enough intent and ability in those forward positions to create trouble if Scotland make poor distribution choices. That's better. That's a lovely little bit of skill tucked forward. Ashley Cochrane just bringing it into his feet, allowing the Scottish defender to just zip past. The ball into the middle. Scotland just wide. What an opportunity that is for the goal scorer of the first goal, JJ Jackson, in the middle of the circle. Pretty much uncontested ball. Well, that was all because of the talent in midfield of Ash Cochrane, as he had that ball in the build-up play, saw the pressure coming, saw the defensive player getting towards him, wanting to put pressure on the ball, and, well, something I've always wanted to say, in the words of Top Gun, he put on the brakes and he flew right by. As you're listening, there's your random 1980s film reference to start your Sunday morning. Couple of big whistles coming in as both sides now inside the last 5 minutes, giving it everything they've got. Tired players going to ground, trying to deny opponents opportunity. Scotland working down the left-hand side, have to roll it back in field. The only chance was to go backhand across, high tariff pass. Didn't happen, and Scotland choose just to reset. Clever game management. They don't have to score any more goals in this. The clock very much their friend. Lovely little diagonal lead run across, drawing the eye, creating the space in the Welsh defence. Bowen stepping forward, trying to create some pressure. Opportunity for Scotland, looking forward. Ian Hilton just trying to work that ball in down that midfield channel. Doesn't have to go though, and in the end it's a back foot hack to some degree. Rob Barron getting the ball across from that right-hand side. And then in the end, just crash ball in for those of you on the crash ball count. I know you enjoy that. And as commentators start talking about ball smashed into circle, how many times can we say crash ball? Well, I reckon that's your first of the morning. Those of you who are on the sweepstake at some clubs, I know that you enjoy listening to see. That is just dreadful. That is the worst mistake. As Wales choose to restart, they knock the ball across the top of the circle. It has been taken because the ball had been checked and started. Scotland have two players in a goal-scoring opportunity, with the goalkeeper, Darren Ashley, somewhere out towards the corner flag, and the backhand attempt at goal misses. Well, that will go down as miss of the weekend. Bowen float that ball forwards. Oh, the attempted return pass comes to nothing. Bowen frustrated because Andy Murray was trying to do the right thing, just didn't get enough on it. Well, for Scotland, how would that have come out? They didn't get that fourth goal they should have done just moments ago. If Wales had gone straight down the other end and got their second, it would have made for a very, very interesting last 3 minutes. Well, you feel now that the game is beyond Wales. That was their chance. That's a cross. That's a lovely worked goal. And Martin Daw finishes it off, but it was all about the work from Ashley Cochrane. He's been brilliant in the last 10, 15 minutes to create opportunity through midfield and down the right-hand side. Wales, it's just tired. Players not moving quickly enough away from the ball, don't see the running through. It's a reach from Gareth Thomas. He's trying to get back, but he's got no legs left. And in the end, it's a relatively easy finish because Peter Thomas can't get across defensively to get in front of Martin Daw. And that's Scotland 4, Wales 1 with but a couple of minutes left to play. Well, there's going to be a card here for not backing away. That's a green, a 2-minute suspension, and I think that'll be a Scottish player who goes and sits down on the naughty step. Will play no further part in this game, although it feels like the game is now beyond Wales. You have to say that opportunity just moments ago, as Scotland had missed an open goal for the fourth. Wales then came down and had a chance getting towards the Scottish circle, but the interchange, unfortunately, between Bowen and Murray came to nothing. Bowen doing everything he possibly can. Fair play to try and work his way. So much effort through midfield there. Bowen and Wileman both trying to dictate play. Not a huge amount of forward legs left in front of them. Absolutely honourable mention, Matt Bowen, for me, the player of the match from this Welsh side. Just because the work rate through the middle channels, doing brilliantly to just try and make things happen. Scotland, however, have had just a little bit too much for Wales. First goal beautifully well finished by JJ Jackson. And then Robertson opening with the second from the near post. 2 more in the second half, including that fourth from Martin Daw. 30 seconds to go in the third game of the weekend for both of these sides, and Scotland will obviously take the win for Wales. 3 games, 3 losses, unfortunately, but having spoken to them before the game, came here with a desire to play as well as they possibly could, and that this game was their final. The first 2 results obviously not going their way, but working so incredibly hard through the course of these 4 quarters. They have fallen by 4 goals to 1 to Scotland, but a determined performance from Wales. But from Scotland, they just had a little bit more across their lines. Defensive integrity, the goalkeepers, Pitcairn and Baird, not really troubled on many occasions. And for Wales, occasionally a chance of what might have been. There's the goal scorers, Jamie Jackson, Michael Robertson, Richard Wright taking them out to that 3-goal lead. Richard Bendry for Wales on that scrambled penalty corner. And then finally Martin Daw giving them Scotland the 4th after they'd missed an absolutely glaring open goal. But 4 fantastic quarters of hockey here in Nottingham. 2 sides who've given it their all after a high intensity weekend. 3 games in 3 days. They now get a very well deserved rest. We anticipate they'll hang around to watch the games that will take place across the 5 pitches at this fabulous Nottingham Hockey Centre, and a great day of hockey still to come. We'll be back with commentary in the 1 o'clock game. Andy Day and I taking you through England over-35s versus a UK Lions Invitational team. But a fabulous day of hockey nonetheless here. If you're close, come down and watch. The bar is not quite open. It will be soon, but looking forward to a great day. Thanks for your company so far this morning. We hope you can join us later on today. It was Wales 1, Scotland 4 in the opening game of the day. Good interception from Scotland high in midfield. Now they've got a little bit of space. They can find their way down this side. McCorkle looking to just turn around, backhand across the goal. Takes a touch, and that has gone in past Darren Marchant. It was on the backhand. The cross seemed a little bit lifted up in the circle, but also leaving a fairly high midfield line so that Wales are denied easy lateral transfer. Scotland working it forward, trying to get the ball away. That's a Welsh tackle. Surely possession for them. It was. Scotland have to back away. Were they 5? They were. That's a corner. First set play for Wales. Really well worked. double castle on the top of the circle. Hudson and Thomas comes out to the near castle. Hudson on the drag flick, plays the ball through it, gets a touch defensively. Single surface, which, well, a number of the players will be happy with that. Playing across 5 pitches here, fabulous facility, rivaling the best in Europe. Scotland working in, get the touch, get the equaliser, not the equaliser, that's the second goal that goes for them. Absolutely brilliant finish by Robertson on the near pace off the ball, and Scotland are able to reclaim it. Little open-handed push pass into the circle. Scotland go on to the reverse to work it in. They have managed to get a ball in and around the D somehow. Goes past Darren Marchant in the Welsh goal. Hasn't had as much ball in this quarter as he did in the first quarter. Was all over the pitch in the last 6-7 minutes of that first quarter. Scotland find their way into the circle, try and play the slap pass across. Opportunity, having said that Robertson has had no chances at all that moment. Gets it on his back foot, tries to get the shot away. Seemed to touch the top of the ball, but not in Nottingham. Oh, that is a poor choice of pass into 3 or 4 players. The slap ball into the circle, then all of a sudden, that's a great option. You've got to love an upright half volley reverse opportunity. All because James Hudson had chosen to try and lovely open-handed ball. That's a fabulous hit into the circle. What can Scotland create? The answer is very little, but supporting run out on the right-hand side, driving the ball in. Wow, it's an all-or-nothing tackle. You get the ball, you're absolutely fine. You get the player, you're on a 10-minute yellow and a corner. Before the injection comes in, then it's the injector, so that's the penalty to the attacking team. Injection is clean, stop is clean. Look, a bit of right-handed deflection opportunity for Scotland. You've got on the line, you've got James Hudson pretty much on his knees, creating as big a barrier as he possibly can to go in this third quarter. Scotland stepping high in their press, leaving players high because the support had come for Robertson as he worked that ball down. That's gone off. Scotland win the ball back. Quick restart off that right-hand side. Penalty corner given for not being 5 yards away. Clash. Set play opportunity. Just the 6 players up for Scotland, keeping 4 back, a defensive shape in case of counter-attack. Out, stop clean. Not convinced it went all the way outside the circle. However, it is a lovely clean drag off a nice... Having to reset, restart. Hudson choosing to use that flicking skill that he has to go overhead with a pass. Wales with a little bit of territory. Can they get the ball? There's a rotation into the circle, but that's a... Well... It's a penalty corner. Wales, 2 castles. Hudson on the near side. It does come out to Hudson. Takes it under his arms. Trying to create the opportunity for Bowen. Bowen's flick is poor. However, the clearance is worse, which enables Rich Bendry to step in off the injection spot. If Wales had gone straight down the other end and got their second, it would have made for a very, very interesting last 3 minutes. Well, you feel now that the game is beyond Wales. That was their chance. That's a cross. That's a lovely worked goal. And Martin Daw finishes it off, but it was all about the work.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to BTV and the final fixture on the live stream and the final round of fixtures overall at the Masters Invitational event here at Nottingham Hockey Centre. We're looking at the men's over 35 competition, and it's England versus the Lions, two teams who have got 100% records so far. And these are the lineups, and what we're expecting today, given previous results, is goals, goals, goals. Simon Mason, what do you make of that lineup?
Well, the starting lineups are going to obviously dictate the initial moments of this game, but they'll be, because of the tempo I expect here this afternoon, that will change very, very quickly. 3 or 4 minutes in, we'll see the first interchanges, but you're absolutely right, Andy. The open nature of the play is what's going to dictate how fast those interchanges go, and I would expect this side, particularly the UK Lions, they've been brought together at, a week's notice to fill up the slot that was left when Ireland were unable to travel, so they don't know each other very well. There might be a little bit of miscommunication between lines. That'll give the over 35 England side the opportunity to play through those spaces, but at the same time, some very talented players from the team in purple. So yeah, high tempo, and I would expect goals, but you now know exactly what the final score is going to be. 0-0.
We'll keep him peeled for that one. It looks like it'll be England in the white, red and red to get us underway, and as you mentioned, the very attractive purple that the Lions are in today. And it's also two leading goal scorers in this competition coming head to head. Number 10 with his back to us in the white shirt is Gareth Andrew of England, and also top scorer for the Lions on 4 goals is Will Musgrave. So they're a personal battle between them, and England start us off and underway, playing to the car park end here, and that's immediately an interception, and Lions on the attack straight away. Jack Marfleet looking to push the ball into the circle and all the way through, and immediate turnover and loss of possession from England.
Just a little bit loose, Jack Gill realising that pass definitely wasn't what he was trying to do, and Marfleet too much experience under his belt to not read that and intercept and step in well.
Early exchanges are lively. England looking to get a little bit more composure on the ball and look to build from the back. Transferring from the right to the left, now pushing it forward to halfway. It's a neat take under pressure. Turn from David Tyler. And allowed to go forward a reasonably far distance to the top of the circle. Clash of sticks, whistle blows, and it will be the Lions who will get the out from here. Special mention as well to the umpires, David Bunga and Amar Chudasama as well, in green today.
I've been asked by the MPUA just to mention Amar. I mean, it comes from the Jack Grealish school of styling, apparently. They would like that to be noted in this afternoon's commentary.
We will put that into the highlight reel as well. Little touch off the feet, so the Lions will go from just in front of us in the commentary box.
Moments ago, we saw a really heavy stick challenge in the circle, but that was Gareth Andrew, the way he likes to play as a high point centre forward. There's aggression about how he plays. He will swing and hit anything in the D.
Let's break off. England pressing forward. They get a free hit just outside the circle. Dangerous position. Plenty of purple shirts back, but there's also a lot of threat up there for England in white. Crunched across the circle. It's under the goalkeeper and out again. It's not cleared away, but it is this time, and the Lions will clear. England really putting the pressure on there.
Well, we're doing really well. It went underneath him, and I think he swept it clear in the end.
Good tempo to the start of the game. Touch for Dave McNally, bringing the ball across into the centre of the field. That's a attempted steal. Lions will go from here. Captain for Lions is number 17, Ben Foster. Got us going. And Lions make it all the way to here on the sideline. Short inside ball, which has travelled a little bit further than anticipated, I think. Lions still in possession, moving it. Bulmer. Decent pressure, England stepping out. Here's Bulmer again. Looks up, plays the ball forward. It's taken into space and time to turn. Flicking off the foot.
Samak doing really well to step forwards into that exchange.
Bulmer seeing an awful lot of the play at the moment. This is good possession from Lions, building in midfield. Bulmer involved again. Checks back, plays the ball to centre of the field. Good transfer from right to left, pulling the England defence about. Now towards the baseline. Flicked in towards the circle. Goalkeeper pops it away. And umpire indicates back stick there. So England will go. That's an attempted steal, and Lions get the whistle. So they can bring some players forward here. Support coming on the screen on the right. James Pratt into the circle, goes down under pressure. Umpire's whistle to his lips, but nothing going on there. England can clear, and they go through the air and over distance. And that's one just can't be kept in play. Samek takes the ball from the side, looks to slip the ball through. That's an important touch in from Captain Ben Foster of the Lions, and plays the ball out of defence. Here they go again along the left-hand side. They've had a lot of joy down the left. That's one to chase, but that's beyond everybody and out of play. 4 minutes gone, no score, but plenty of endeavour in both sides that we've seen so far. Fairly end-to-end. We were anticipating an exciting game, full of adrenaline, and that's what we've seen so far in the early exchanges.
Been impressed with the Lions stepping forward, the height of their press, particularly led Jack Marfleet at the front of it, enabled them to win some ball back.
Webb towards the end of the circle, and he's been pulled up. Lions will clear.
Nicely taken down by James Pratt, and one of the youngsters in this side. And it is a side that's been brought together in order to fulfil a role in this competition, to give everybody 3 games. So there are some younger players within it. Players, a good contingent have come in from D-side, Telford and Wrekin, Romsey, Rotherham, across the entire country, kind of responded to the call, if you like. Just come in and brought themselves together. So only trained around this tournament, met on Thursday night for the first time.
Skillful bunch of players, and there's a couple of players making their first match, given that there's been 2 games already. Joe Paul and Tom Goff playing their first games in the weekend today, introducing them to the side. Very, very cagey, I think, exchange there. A little bit of niggle between the two sides. All friends, all good. Lost the ball for a second. It's not quite gone to plan, and England turnover. Big appeal from Martin Webb. Lions go from the middle again. Jack Marfleet playing the ball into the circle. Ball up in the air. He'll be coming back.
Jack's going to look long and look high because he's got a massive overhead on him if he can find space behind the Lions' defence.
Bulmer doing very well to take the ball out of the air, but he doesn't control it. England will go. England will go for the long corner.
Definitely one of the tactics that the England side will look to use as soon as Shagsgill can get on the ball. I mean, he's a great drag flick on him, but he's also got that long overhead pass. So Gareth Andrew will understand that. So with his experience, he'll know that as soon as England win it in defence, he can lead high towards the opposition baseline.
That's well won back in a high position for England, and they're looking to press again. Just checking back, maintaining possession. Where's the movement in front? It's out to the left. That's a nice trap. Where's the next move? It was going to be whipped in towards the circle, but the Lions stepping up very well and blocking the attempted ball in.
Fabulous interception, and for the Lions, one of the big questions will be whether they can cope physically with the England side. I was at one of the England training sessions about a month ago watching them. The intensity that they've carried forward really from January, because this is a group that was put together obviously for the World Cup 2 years ago. They then played through, had the opportunity last season, and then this was put together in order to cope with that eventually cancelled tournament. What a ball that is, right up to the baseline. The Lions have an opportunity. That's a diving clearance after the ball across from Tom McLean. An opportunity to get it into the middle of the circle. Matt Richards diving and clearing it.
Just a quick update on the conditions here. You can see that it's just starting to drizzle here. It was bright sunshine before the start of the game. Conditions changing very quickly, and more typical conditions for Nottingham. And you can see the spray coming up over the surface as well, and that possibly led to a miscontrol there. Lions runner trying to slide and keep the ball in play, and that is incredibly well done.
Absolutely brilliant from Jeff Parker. I thought there's no way, after he missed his first touch, he's managed to slide that, knowing on his backhand he can keep it in play, and then gets up, because England 35s would have read that.
There's the ball fired into the circle. That's been touched off a line stick, and it will be England to clear. Conditions changing very quickly here, and much different to the start of the game.
Well, that's 2 from 2 for Lions down that right-hand side. They found that long ball space. Feels a little bit like the over 35s. England are defending narrow, giving that wing space. Lions are holding out there, and it enables them, facilitates that long ball down through the channel.
Real battle again, right on the floor. England come away with the possession. Nice little slide ball in towards the edge of the circle. 2 purple shirts get onto it. There's a player going to ground, and Lions get the whistle there.
A brilliant amount of commitment on display so far from Lions. It is them on the ground most of the time, but they're absolutely prepared to battle.
Both teams, as I mentioned before, 2 wins from 2. So even though there won't be an overall winner, I think there's a little bit of pride at stake here. Both teams want to come out nominally on top. Both teams scoring heavily in their games prior to today, so unsurprisingly, we're yet to see a goal. But when they come, I think there'll be a flood.
Both sides have also got a really good set-piece routine. Both teams with 3 or 4 nominated drag flickers. Matt Richards for England, stepping into that midfield slot really, really well, reading the space in front of him and enabling himself to step forward, to be aggressive, to be assertive into those midfield channels.
Lions slowing things down a touch here, looking to probe down the left-hand side in front of the benches. And brought towards the 23. What's the next movement? It's taking a flick outside of the circle. England take possession of the ball under an awful lot of pressure, and it's been won back in an advanced position for Lions, but the whistle blows, and England really not taking any pause here. They're looking to bring it forward. It's a tiny bit of a tap on England's 12, Craig Duffy, but play continues onwards. Neat twist to make the space, and that's an attempted reach for the ball. It's gone very, very busy in the middle of the field.
You look at the movement, you look at the players who are working really hard off the ball. Moments ago it was England skipper Johnny Bryan at the back who'd burst through, tried to create an obstruction, but the Lions had enough pace to read the movement, and the little pop ball through could pick and roll. But then England, as they work forward, because they have that understanding, the pick-up, the drop ball, the overlap, really good exchange.
This could lead to something here for England as they look to press down the right-hand side, but it's been stolen off them again. Lions, I think, have got slightly the edge here in the first 10 minutes or so, just slightly. Still very even, though. Quick mention as well, I was about to say about thanks to our broadcast partner Sandy Cliff Ford for getting us on air. Also a special mention to accommodation partners, Village Hotels. And kept most of the teams over the last couple of days in good care. They're all rested and relaxed and ready for 3 days of play. Lions move forward onto the sideline. Nice idea, didn't quite come off. And England look to play the ball to relative safety out on the side again.
Skipper Johnny Bryan absolutely read that for England, knew where the danger point was, that lateral transfer, and therefore could step forward, because England have kept a 3-man in that back division. They're tagging up 3-on-3 when the Lions put men forward. They're trying to keep a sweeper in that middle channel space.
Another burst forward, and that's been picked off by David Tyler, and England probe down the right-hand side. Support coming now, and there are numbers. Lingering around the goalkeeper is Matt Lakin-Hall. Right in front of the goal, if they can find him, it's a tap-in. At the moment, Lions doing a good job of hustling the ball. It has come into the circle now, and that's a very, very calm bit of defending under a lot of pressure. Still not away. Sam Mallet looking to find a route out, and Andy Bulmer is that route out. And that is very neatly done indeed. Well done, Lions defence. Look at this smothering from England here, looking to win the ball back high up the field. And it's been picked off. Adam Bloomfield plays the ball to the top of the circle. Is there a pass there? That's the spin, but no one in white could receive it. And finally, the Lions can look up and play the ball out of harm's way from their point of view. England with a really good spell in possession.
Just shows how important the decision making is, because that entire passage of play, the turnover, was all because as the Lions tried to come out from defence, the final decision was a poor one. Jeff Parker from left defend did really well to eliminate twice and cut in field. Then the ball just bobbled off his stick, and it was the third phase that was a real problem for him.
Bit of a stoppage here.
I think it's Jeff Parker. I think it's that very same player, possibly Jeff Parker, just away out of shot there, just limping off the sideline. Experienced umpire Dave Munger just seeing that and allowing play to hold.
Going from the side. Looks like the rain may have just stopped for a moment here. Conditions are always important. You can never quite tell on the television just what the conditions are like. England breaking towards the edge of the circle again. On towards the baseline. And what a touch that is from Captain Ben Foster, playing the ball out. Good reach. Taking the ball out of harm's way for the long corner.
Martin Webber taking that down really well, hadn't he, off the right-hand side. And it's almost that cushion in stride from the overhead. Cushion and then keep the ball up in the air. Make it really hard for the opponent to get a clean tackle.
Johnny Bryan, England's captain, getting everything moving down the left-hand side this time. Ian Swallow, 14 for England, playing it back. With a headband, Adam Thompson. Might have overrun it a touch there, and the Lions have won it back. Bell. To steady the ship a tiny bit and build something from the back. Nice control, keeping the ball on the ground.
Really good movement. That's kind of one of the first times we've seen a player, so that one, Dave McNally, stepping in off that right-hand touchline. As soon as he took the ball, the very first touch that he had came off the touchline, in field, the player from D-side. And just that movement, just a metre and a half, eliminates your opponent immediately because they just go into the space that you were occupying.
If this is the first game we've watched over the course of International Week, we've got 4 quarters of 17.5 minutes. So if you're wondering why they're still playing into the 16th minute, that's the reason why. 4 quarters of 17.5. 2-minute quarter time break when that comes. Oh, just running under the foot of Ben Green.
A good width from the Lions fullbacks, and that's what you want if you're trying to exploit the spaces, the wide spaces on the pitch. You want to split your fullbacks if you can. You're either going to go to a wide back 3, which gives you an immediate triangle, or a flat pair of fullbacks, and then you force the halfbacks, as they have here, high up the pitch. That right to left movement yet again for McNally, giving him the space.
He's done very, very well there and moved forward himself, looking to get the return pass, but that didn't come, and England have snaffled the ball back to their possession on halfway. Mohamed Samek taking the ball a long way towards the edge of the circle. There's no support there, but I think he's got the whistle. It will be an England free hit.
Well, and sometimes in situations like that, as a defender, you need to read what the opponent is trying to do, and for me, that was always going to be Samek trying to come in field. As soon as that ball was outside his left foot, you've got the stick under the ball, and it signals immediately that you can just pull it in field and cut towards goal. And as a defender, all he's waiting for is for you to step too tight. So if you just hold your infield line, he's not going to be quick enough to burn all the way round the outside. Needs some intelligent defending.
Pressure coming from Gareth Andrew. He's made a little bit of space for himself, crunches the ball wide of the upright. That's the first real opportunity we've seen on goal so far, and it was a punch towards goal from Gareth Andrew from England.
Well beat in the Lions net, knows exactly how wide his goal is. Classified as next international goalkeeper, given I played with him at England under-18 30 years ago. So there we go. There's his cap. He didn't play in golf 20 years after that. Came back to it just latterly. Very, very talented youth goalkeeper.
Decent battle for the ball, and England have come out on top again. With it is Craig Duffy. Space opening up for him. He's gone to the right, gone to the left. Survived one challenge for the ball. He's taken the ball a long way and finds a teammate, and that's neatly done. And that, from an England point of view, is a disappointing quarter-time whistle, because they were looking to get ahead of steam and potentially get another attempt on target. But it is the end of the quarter. The two teams that have scored a hatful of goals each. Of course, it's England 0, Lions 0 at the end of the first quarter. You're watching BTV. Welcome back to coverage of the Masters Invitational event. We're watching the men's over 35s competition, and it's England versus the Lions. The Lions in purple, England in white. Two top scoring sides, yet to find a breakthrough, but it's been an engaging first 17.5 minutes. Just waiting for the all clear. And we are off and underway. England with a restart. They were working up ahead of steam towards the end of the first quarter. And that's neatly worked over halfway. Craig Duffy's about to receive the ball in the circle. Does he? Goes down under pressure. I think there's an appeal for something. Time is off here, and it is Duffy who is down. Not relatively innocuous, that coming together, but
yeah, you can never tell if players are slightly off balance. I mean, Duffy chose to spin, but if the defender next to him that he spins into is static, there is no foul. He's created the foul by moving into contact. David Munger, right on top of it, experienced umpire, saw it straight away and felt there was no immediate foul. Yes, of course, the whistle has gone because of the injury, but there was no foul in that instance. Duffy rotating in and created the contact himself, and the Lions had possession.
just an update on his condition. He has run and been substituted, so I think he's going to go off and have a bit of a rest. So nothing too serious, but it's a bit of a concerning moment for him. That's nice close control, and the layoff is good. Things moving nicely down the Lions right here, and they've moved down the field very quickly indeed. Long corner signalled. Jack Marfleet sensibly leaving the ball to run out of play rather than trying to play it forward himself. Wait for support coming in. Crunch towards the edge of the circle, bouncing ball. Goalkeeper plays it, and that's been ripped into the goal. Lions lead by 1-0.
That's a brilliant finish from Marfleet. It was scrappy in the middle of the circle, but what a great goal that is. Seeing the opportunity, right-hand side attack, Marfleet himself had done really well, recycles it. Long corner's taken by McNally, pulls it infield, then this ball in, hit off the wrists, really nicely done. A little edge that isn't cleared well enough at the back of the England defence, and that's a fabulous finish. Average clearance from Paul Hatton. Unfortunately, he should have put a bigger boot through that, and then his weight was backwards. Marfleet, really clever finish.
Tight angle as well. Very quickly, quick speed of thought, speed of action, and the Lions are ahead, and they're looking to add to their advantage at the moment as they cross halfway again under an awful lot of pressure. And I think, are we going to see a card here? Yes, there is a green card out. Who's making their way off? Looks like Adam Bloomfield, who seems to be the player who's been given the green. So Lions, as well as being a goal up, they're a player up for 2 minutes as well.
James Pratt was a lovely move through midfield as he pulled that ball right to left, and it's so hard as a defender.
Almost falling kindly in the circle for the Lions again. England a little bit rattled, I think, in defence at the moment.
Well, you just wonder how they've gone into this game. We can't answer it because we're not inside their heads, but you wonder if they've looked at this and gone, well, yeah, we're the dominant team so far in this competition, and we've trained really hard for 6 months, that we are the international team, and then suddenly this bunch of players who've been brought together at such short notice seem to be stringing some passes together. And if they've gone into it with a degree of complacency, I'm not saying they have, but if they've gone into it with a degree of complacency, suddenly the ball speed drops, you think it's going to be easy, and then you're surprised by the opponents. And because you're on the back foot, creating momentum is really hard, changing the patterns of play, and they need to probably just inject half a yard of more pace into this game.
It's if it needed any more spice, it's just been added to it. Lions ahead by 1-0. So we'll see how this England team reacts. A reminder that they are still a player down at the moment. They're looking to progress down the right-hand side. That's not going to help matters from an England perspective. Ball rolling out of play harmlessly.
Right, the Lions certainly won't rush these restarts because they'll know that they want to play with pace, they want to be dynamic, they want to be aggressive, but you can't do that for 70 minutes. Not against an international team, absolutely no chance. I thought Matt Lakekin Hall had won that, I have to say. That's a dreadful ball.
That's a steal And goalkeeper has to come out and taps the ball out of the way. Has it been tapped behind? Long corner is the...
Welby gets the benefit of the doubt. Dave Munger's on top of that. I'm looking again. Well, is that deliberately over the back line? I don't think it was deliberate, but I think the reach was so limited, the angle of the swing, the sweep clearance for Welby, that was almost the only angle the ball could go. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not an offence, but Dave Munger playing into the spirit of this weekend.
Everyone's friends here. That's what's important.
You mean once the game's finished, right?
Yeah,
everybody's friends for the next whatever it is. 49 minutes they may not be.
England pressing again, back up to a full complement of players, just for your records as well. Ian Swallow looking to find a ball down the right-hand side. Again, second team in quick succession. England looking to press it towards the circle. They've been ripped of the ball. And that's a miscontrol, unfortunate, from the Lions. England will go from the side. It's Webb thinking about leaving that one. Gill looks up, plays the ball to the right. Again to the right-hand side. Control is good. There's players in white in the circle. That's not the option. It's back and then fired in this time and then up in the air. Whistle blows, and it'll be Lions to clear.
That's a decent amount of composure from England. Is they're working the right-hand channel. They carried it higher, they dropped it out. And I think the first time ball into the circle was the correct decision. It was just really poor execution.
And it's another attempted steal that doesn't come off for England.
They are getting turned over, the Lions, aren't they? I mean, that's James Pratt in control. Player from D side. Happy to get the ball, but in doing so, he's just inviting that contact, and you can't live off that all the time. That's a fabulous turn, but penalised. Swallow was all over it, but Tom Goff from Telford and Wrekin, beautiful turnout on this right-hand side.
Really nice stuff, and it showed how quickly the Lions can move from a defensive position to an attacking position. In 3 passes, they were 2/3 of the way up the field. That's something that England have got to be aware of, I'm sure. Here's Goff again. Big coming together. You could hear the sound of the players on the carpet. Here goes Goff.
Swallow's been done because he thought it was going to be his free hit. He's looked at that and just stared at it, basically.
And we've got the first penalty corner of the game. It's gone the Lions' way. I'll be interested to see that again. I think there's a little bit of a complaint to the umpire to say, well, why wasn't that our ball? Well, we can have a look at that.
A lovely little through ball there, and then suddenly the opportunity. Swallow just gets turned over. That's a really good, quick restart from Tom Goff down the right-hand side. Marfleet on the long lead, gets his feet round and then plays it in. Well, it looks like it was middle of shin pad. I mean, Captain Johnny Bryan is saying that it was his stick, but given the ball was lifted, I'm not convinced how that could have been the case.
Looking at the Lions with our backs to us, we were told before the game that Will Musgrave, who's got 4 goals to his name so far in the tournament, all from open play, if my memory serves me correctly. He's the drag flicker extraordinaire for the Lions.
Doesn't seem to be at the top of the circle,
no.
Unfortunately. So we could find that's Tom Mallett on the right-hand castle. He's been starred on my list as one of their penalty corner drag flickers. I don't think James Pratt is known for it particularly on the left castle. Body language suggests this is going to Mallett.
Little shift on the left-hand side of the circle, played in low and hard. Long corner, well defended by England.
That's a much better save. Paul Hatton on that one, all over it. Really good technique down to his right-hand side. Read the flick, gets his body and his hips down. The criticism that I kind of levelled at him for the goal that went in was the body weight was backwards, and for a goalkeeper, so important that the body weight, the momentum drives through the ball to get it away from the danger area. In an ideal world, as a goalkeeper, you deal with the first phase and don't give away second phase opportunity.
This game is warming up very nicely indeed. England trying to find a foothold back in the game at the moment. The ball and the momentum is still with the Lions as they're pressing down the left. That's neat to make the space, and he's been robbed. That was really good from Matt Bell.
Fabulous individual skill, wasn't it, by Bell, just to bring that in field. But then unfortunately he's done what so many players do. You do the good bit and then you realise you dwell on the ball.
Fired into the circle. You just heard the ball hit the outside of the goal England really stepping on the gas, and I think rather than the measured build that we've seen in possession, they've started to mix things up and try to move the ball a bit quicker, as we've seen with the Lions.
Certainly feels from an England perspective that they should be able to try and get their back line further up the pitch. They've got such good distributors across that back division, whoever that may be. I mean, you've got Gill and Richards and Brian, Swallow, Thompson, all of whom are classified in that defensive unit, and they need to get higher up to play a greater range of balls to allow the midfield to step higher, and then similarly the forwards to be even higher than that. If they just sit backwards, they're going to allow the Lions side to dictate that midfield space.
The Lions also composed in defence at the moment, inviting the pressure onto them. Let's see what happens when that England forwards come and reach them. That's neatly done towards halfway and turned over again. England ball.
That's what I talk about, the England height. So that's Matt Richards stepping forward from a deeper defensive position, recognising the Lions are going to try and pop it through on a transfer. They've worked through midfield well. There's a left offensive high space, and if he can step into that line, it completely negates the diagonal passing line out if you just accelerate forwards, which he did brilliantly.
Going to ground, no whistle there. Couple of reaches with the stick in the middle of that. The Lions will go. A few brollies back up again in the distance as well. Diagonal ball, thought was on there for Joe Paul. Wasn't quite what I thought was going to happen, but England pressing again. Things happening on the left-hand side. Reverse stick shot across the face of goal, and the goal has been taken off the floor. That was a strong run with an unusual end to it.
Mo Samak absolutely committing himself. Albury's rolled onto his backhand as the possession has been won back for England. Doing really well to get on his backhand to deliver it across. Mo Samak, knowing that he needs to go far post. The goal's been wide and absolutely the right run, and then just, hits the back of that like a fish in a drift net.
Furniture removals also available.
Early ball, Andy Bulmer was pushing it into that midfield position, looking for James Pratt, and it's just a high-risk pass. Bulmer making the right choice. You do try and play in there. That's a lovely move.
Indeed it is. And Mallet is looking to play in a teammate. Didn't come off. England again taking things over. Turnover more frequent in recent couple of moments. England working well through the middle this time. Layoff to David Smith. Neat to the edge of the circle. That's tapped towards goal.
Somehow that's come off Welby as Gareth Andrew has put a bat through it. I think it's deflected off the goalkeeper and up either wide or over the crossbar. I have no idea where the ball actually went after it, but there was a swing at it.
No, it's almost like it vaporised.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. It almost disappeared. I thought Andrew's got this. It bobbled around a little bit, but he's one player with such an eye for a ball. He's going to absolutely smash it.
Well, that's the best chance England have had in the entire game so far, looking to get on terms, putting pace into the circle again, big coming together. Umpire has a good look at it, and it's gone through off an England stick. So momentum now with England, and they've really put the pressure on, looking to get back on terms before the end of the half.
Well, it just looks like trying to put more ball into the circle, doesn't it? That's what it feels like. Getting higher, playing it in, testing the deep defenders.
A bit of hesitancy. And England picked the ball off. Craig Duffy, who went off a little bit earlier, seems to be okay. Back in the play, number 12. The ball's towards the baseline, and that's a little bit unfortunate. Trying to put everything through that. The momentum took him over.
Albury, beautiful hands. That right to left movement just eliminating his opponent as he comes forward, but the ball had just bobbled a little bit too far forward. That's such high risk carry. Cut across myself, the skipper, Ben Foster, in that midfield position. When you get it in there, the last thing you want to try and do is spin blind into a swarm of opponents. You don't know what's behind you.
The look of horror on your face was a joy.
It's just the same thing. Every time the Lions get it, England are stepping forward with real aggression and intensity. It feels like any minute now they're not going to get the advantage of the umpire's whistle that they are getting right now, and they're kind of living on the edge, if you see what I mean. And the height of this England press really pushing them backwards.
Indeed, volume of players as well as possession and position on the field. Lions are struggling to get out at the moment, and the outlet is a longer ball towards the edge of the 23. It's a decent turn, and there's a stick gone flying in the middle of all of that. And Lions not wasting any time, ball in towards the circle and wide of the upright. There was just a touch, hopefully in front of the goalkeeper. Was that Tom McLean who was the furthest forward?
Was indeed, but how fast have the Lions gone from being pinned back in their own deep division all the way through the middle of the pitch? Some brilliant work from Tom Mallet through midfield, just to hustle and bustle and fight and win that ball back, and then get that one opportunity, pop it forward, and all of a sudden Lions had a chance for that second goal. Can you imagine that, with all the pressure that England have had in the last 2 or 3 minutes, for suddenly if Lions had come the other end and got a second?
So what's this told us about the Lions? That they are very quick at transferring the ball from defence into attack. And then what does this tell us about the English defence? That they're not quite cutting those occasions out.
It's really difficult, Andy, because as England get more frustrated, you throw additional players forwards. You want to create that extra in midfield. If you've been playing a back four, you then go to a back three. You put more through midfield and then the forward line. It does open the gaps at the back. You can't cover everything. You're either going to be aggressive, step forwards, press and make opportunity, but at the same time compromise your defence a bit, or you're going to sit back in kind of an old let's park the bus. But they can't, because they're a goal down.
A little bit of a stoppage here as we're waiting for the ball to be recovered and put back into position. So Lions take the time to play the ball back, maintain a bit of possession, and they get the ball out from the left-hand side. That's an attempted steal. A lot of pressure again from England, but Lions are still with it. A little bit of space with them. That's taken by Harpel Panasar. Now with captain Ben Foster, plays the ball along the sideline. Again, pressure from England, and that is very, very nice indeed. Mallet, he's done pretty well to maintain possession. He's done very well indeed. It's a bit of a coming together between the two Lions players. Still possession with the team in purple. Swept ball out to the right-hand side. Tapped away, and England get the whistle there.
They do. Tom Goff down that right-hand side. It looked a little bit ugly a minute ago for the Lions, but really good umpiring from Amar Chudasama, in that just because two players come together from the same team doesn't turn it into an obstruction. They came together. I think there was actually a touch on a foot that wasn't picked up because it might have been seen on our camera. We had a direct line down it, but it's only an obstruction if the movement of those players gets in the way of an opponent, and there was no opponent to get in the way of.
That's fallen very kindly for England, and they're into the circle pretty much unchallenged. Is this a shot towards goal? It's loose.
Lakin Hall somehow got all the way through, and then all of a sudden in the end Harpel Panasar's managed to carry the ball out. How England haven't managed to pop that underneath Welby, I don't know. He did enough to get on top of Lakin Hall as he burst in, having collected that overhead. Lions riding their luck just a little bit, you have to say.
Yes, it was open there. The shot was on, and it just never seemed to fall kindly enough, or it was the right moment for the shot. So England knocking on the door again. Hard work in defence, and from defence through midfield into attack, starting to come to fruition. But we're still not seeing an England goal on the scoreboard yet, and we're 30 seconds away, or thereabouts, from half-time.
Oh, look at the height of this England press. Harpel Panasar has to make a sensible choice. I'm not convinced that's a sensible choice, as where the ball came down. The Lions need to play the ball. They need to look at this from a territory perspective if they can win it back. England can afford to just try and go route one. You get somewhere close, get within 30, 40 yards of the opponent's goal and get the ball in. Lions doing really well to force England backwards.
Hooters everywhere, and that is our field of play that has come to a close at half-time. It is England 0, Lions 1 at half-time in the men's over 35 competition at Nottingham Hockey Centre Masters Invitational event. We did see the goal scorer information on the screen. We'll just get the confirmation again. And there's Jack Marfleet, so with his name in lights in the 19th minute. That's the difference. Lions 1, England 0 at half-time. You're watching BTV. From here, special mention as well to the umpires David Bunga and Amar Chudasama as well in green today.
I've been asked by the MPUA just to mention Omar. I mean, comes from the Jack Grealish school of styling. Apparently, they would like that to be noted in this afternoon's commentary.
We will put that into the highlight reel as well. Conditions for Nottingham. And you can see the spray coming up over the surface as well, and that possibly led to a miscontrol there. Lions runner trying to slide and keep the ball in play, and that is incredibly well done.
Absolutely brilliant from Jeff Parker. I thought there's no way, after he missed his first touch, he's managed to slide that no step too tight. So if you just hold your infield line, he's not going to be quick enough to burn all the way around the outside. Needs some intelligent defending.
Pressure coming from Gareth Andrew. He's made a little bit of space for himself, crunches the ball wide of the upright. That's the first real opportunity we've seen on goal. Long corner signalled. Jack Marfleet sensibly leaving the ball to run out of play rather than trying to play it forward himself, wait for support coming in. Crunch towards the edge of the circle, bouncing ball. Goalkeeper plays it, and that's been ripped into the goal. Lions lead by 1-0.
That's a brilliant do that for 70 minutes. Not against an international team. Absolutely no chance. I thought Matt Lakenhall had won that, I have to say. That's a dreadful ball.
That's a steal, and goalkeeper has to come out and taps the ball out of the way. Has it been tapped behind? Long corner is they've got to be aware of, I'm sure. Here's Goff again. Big coming together. You could hear the sound of the players on the carpet. Here goes Goff.
Swallow's been done because he thought it was going to be his free hit. He's looked at that and just stared at it, basically.
And we've got the first penalty corner of the game. It's England working well through the middle this time. Layoff to David Smith. Neat to the edge of the circle. That's tapped towards goal.
Somehow that's come off Welby as Gareth Andrew has put a bat through it. I think it's deflected off the goal.
Welcome back to BTV. We're watching a very, very exciting game in the men's over 35 Masters competition here at Nottingham Hockey Centre between England in the white, red and the Lions in the purple, white and purple. It is the Lions that have the lead by 1-0. Jack Marfleet with a superb finish from close range, ripping the ball into the goal as the Lions are ahead. "35 minutes still to play, and this is the final action of the entire tournament. It's been a very, very exciting and thrilling 6 days of hockey across the 2 weekends that we've had here, the women and the men involved. It's been great for a lot of the teams to get back out playing competitive hockey. There's only so long you can spend on the treadmill keeping yourself fit. You need some match action, and a huge number of teams across 4 nations been here to Nottingham Hockey Centre to take part in this Masters Invitational event. Teams from 35s up to 75s.
They focus on the players a lot, but a worthy mention, Andy Taylor today, who's managed a number of the England sides across many of the age groups and both genders today, currently managing another game that's going on at the moment, has managed 100 international matches for England Masters teams. So congratulations to him. A number of players he was presented with a signed shirt last night at dinner I saw on social media, but congratulations Andy, and thanks for all of your efforts across the international Masters setup.
That's pops out neatly for the Lions, but England have it and attempt another ball through. Ben Foster picks it up in midfield, looks to go left, but he's been robbed of the ball. Here comes Duffy, and now laying it off. England looking to press quickly and get back on terms early in the game. Here's Andrew on the sideline.
And Gareth Andrew will want to be that target. We've talked about him, his desire in the circle to just get the ball in the end of a stick and get shots on goal. He'll be happy to play that role and try and allow someone such as a Jags Gill to find him with that long, powerful drag, push, overhead, whatever it may be, to find him as a target.
In the Lions defence, Panesar with good vision to spot the ball where it was going and take the ball out of harm's way. It was going in a circle. Immediate pressure from England. Lions have done well, slowing things down at the moment. England really not allowing an easy route out for the Lions.
Well, unfortunately for Andy Bulmer, that ball that was played back to him from that right defensive position, Dave McNally deciding he had nothing to go forwards and just rotated around and played it backwards, and that's one of those. So it's almost a hospital pass. It arrives with an ambulance, if you like. You get to go, what do you want me to do with it? Just because you can't do anything shouldn't mean you just shift it on to another teammate who can potentially do even less.
Andrew's come back a long way to win the ball back in midfield. You were saying a few moments ago he'd rather be up the other end of the field, but he's trying to be a creator here. Slings the ball almost the full length of the field, something for Martin Webb to chase. It's rolled out of play for Lions to restart from a tricky position. Panesar looks to go from here.
Well, I'll give him a little bit of credit that he will enjoy. That's the kind of role that somebody like Tom Bone from Belgium internationally would do. Is an out-and-out centre-forward, but is happy to rotate back into a right defensive position.
Chance here for England, and it's been mopped up from Lions. There was just a split second there when everything almost fell brilliantly for England. Lions, though, seize an opportunity and go from defence to attack again. We've seen it so many times from them, and they've got the benefit of the whistle here, and more support in purple is coming up all the time. Really dynamic side, this Lions team.
Oh, both sides have just got such a fabulous range of passes, but at the moment, for me, Andy Bulmer in the Lions' defence is able to just control the spaces and then play some really good passes. C passes, there's some disguise on the slaps and moves, and it allows the midfield to rotate and find space themselves.
It will be a Lions long corner. The attempted ball in taking a deflection off an England stick. So the pressure coming again down the Lions' right-hand side. This way, that way. Another England stick takes the ball out and over for a long corner for the Lions. England starting the half brightly, but Lions really getting their teeth, no pun intended, into the second half. I wish to claim that, to be honest.
Well, this is for Lions, where, oh wow, there's a touch. not the planned touch that the skipper was looking for. Johnny Bryan didn't want the top edge to go out to Jagsgill, but it was effective nonetheless, and that's a really good bit of central midfield play from Amrit Singh as he just held that shape and that space.
Pressure coming in from Tom McLean from the Lions, but he's been bypassed here, and England get the ball up towards the edge of the 23 and lose possession again. So textbook across the England defence, wasn't it? That's page 19 of the
coaching manual. Absolutely.
Huge connection, but play allowed to continue. Are we going to come back? No, we're not.
That's a fabulous chasing tackle from Craig Duffy. Sam Mallett.
Oh, what a run this is. That's just taken a deflection off. And we will come back for that one. That was really neat movement in the English forward line. If we go back and if you can talk to us about that connection, that challenge moment.
Well, it's when the ball's loose and two players have gone for it. So Sam Mallett stepped in there and he wants to play it forward. England have then stepped out of defence. I didn't catch which player it was, but that 50-50 challenge, if both players miss the ball, then there isn't an issue. There isn't a foul, just because then there's noise, and then it's all about, well, where does the ball fall? And it fell for Lions, but then that Craig Duffy chasing tackle in the end got enough of a touch.
Ball popped into the circle. Composed defence, another bit of a connection. And Lions get the whistle. England knocking on the door a bit here.
It's that deep defence for Lions. When they get the ball on the end of their stick, they just need to be aware of what the release options are. It feels a little bit like they're turning into trouble.
Just like they've done here. And for a moment, Ben Albury thought he was away.
To be fair, so did I. Absolutely. That carry was just a little bit high risk. I think it was Joe Paul who was trying to rotate through there. And the Lions now, it feels like they're running with the ball too much.
That's a neat ball in towards the circle. Shot on goal coming here. Goalkeeper's committed. And Lions get the whistle. Players sliding all over the place here.
Turnover. Lions need some composure. They're trying to play too quickly. They really are.
It's about time. England really caused a few problems in this Lions defence, and I wonder what the discussion was at half-time that's changed this. There's space on the right-hand side of the circle. Low comes off the goalkeeper. Long corner. That was played in by Liam Hennessy of England.
Oh, that felt like Hennessy just didn't make a choice. He's played that. The goalkeeper's got a touch, so he's played it too close to the goalkeeper, who's standing up and balanced. At that angle, you make one of two choices. You either stand up tall and put a bat through it and see what comes off the goalkeeper, or you have to play it out of their reach.
England's head of steam coming to naught there as Lions, I was going to say, try and make a clearance. All a little bit less than neat. England 0, Lions 1. 43rd minute. That's a sweet bit of sliding from England's number 9, Matt Lakin-Hall, to knock the ball out of play. Not sure what's going on here. Have we got too many players on the field or something? It's a bit of a weird stoppage. No one seems to...
As soon as he's 5 without moving,
Genuinely uncertain about what the chat is. Ben Albury is chatting to David Munger. He's led all the way back. There's an interchange with Harpal Panasar jogging off by the looks of it. Well,
no, we'll put that
absolutely no idea.
We'll put that down to experience. But the slide was excellent, and it looked like we're ready to go for a restart, but there seemed to be a prolonged bit of discussion. But we're back off and underway again.
Tom Mallett suggesting that come off the back of Adam Bloomfield's stick, and I've got to say it in real time, right in front of our commentary box here, it did look like there was a small touch, but it was so fine. Umpires are going to do really well. They'll be amazed to pick that up from such distance.
England turnover in an advanced position here. Lions getting an important touch, bit of stick lock. Oh, another turn, and that's a sweet layoff. Over halfway, Lions go again. There's space up front. What's the next move? Into the circle it goes. couple of England touches. Someone's turned the dial up on this game.
Haven't they just? All of a sudden, players are realising that we need to go for this. England have started to up the tempo, and that's resulted in a few more players diving interceptions, covering a lot more ground.
Into the circle, England go, and that is not one of the coaching deliveries that they put in the manual again.
Ben Albury will be disappointed with that. He's gone through it. It's the right choice. He's gone on his backhand, but just not got his hands low enough. That's a fatigued attempt, to be honest. The body is just not doing what the brain wants it to do.
Indeed, you can see now the shadows on the field of play again. We've had another change of conditions as well. The sun is out here in Nottingham, which it does from time to time. And temperature, both in real terms and in the terms of the game, have gone up a couple of notches. So it's something else for the players to think about as well.
I agree completely. And just moments ago, Joe Paul just put a little shoulder in on Dave Tyler, and you could see what the intent was. There was nothing subtle about it at all, and that kind of challenge is what's going to lead to a little bit of umpire ire.
Gill playing it into Hennessy. Long corner is the signal. Gripping final portion of the game to come, I'm sure. Here's Gill again. Oh, sweet. From Liam Hennessy into the circle. Layoff, not ideal. Stepping from the Lions' defence and winning the whistle, Andy Bulmer. Lions taking their time here.
Oh, they are, and they can afford to. There's no point rushing. England are playing that high press. That is really good release through a press. Play the ball into the central midfield position, see the run from Tom Goff into the channel, get it in, lay it off, change the angle. So well done. That
Stoppage.
may well be a card, however, unfortunately.
David Munger's gone to his pocket.
Got his hand in his pocket, hasn't he?
Waiting to see the decision. He's just brought over. Well, Matt Bell's having a chat with him.
Is this about the number of players? There's a bit of a chat there. Munger had immediately gone, Dave Munger had gone hand in pocket. He's standing there. Is this just some sort of relaxed fashion statement, or is this I'm going to pull a card out? Who knows?
It is. That's the again. It's the way that people are standing in summer 2021, according to the fashion manuals. That's another unusual stoppage. I was fully anticipating a card there. Long blow in the whistle, hand to pocket. Usual. We see a nice coloured card pop out, but no. We still have a full complement of players on the field. No one's on the disciplinary benches. 11 versus 11.
So just to clarify for the NPUA, if they're listening, you have said that David Munger consults fashion manuals for 2021, right? For his stature.
He writes them. He writes them.
Brilliant. So we've got Amar at the other end with his Jack Grealish School of Styling.
£100 million worth of umpiring at the one end. What we do have is a corker of a game in progress in front of us. Hennessy, who's had a really good 5 minutes. Twists, turns, finds a route through. That's a neat ball in towards the edge of the circle. Could this be a shooting opportunity for England? Chaos. Played in towards the goal. Goalkeeper dives wide of the uprights.
There's a lot of contact inside that circle. Some of the Lions' movement and tackling is just starting to be a fraction away as England turn up the pressure. They're just starting to twist that pressure knob as they come into the circle. Lions stepping in. They've got to be very careful where the contact comes from, or they'll be giving corners away. And neither side has had a corner so far, I don't think.
We've got one. We've had one from the Lions, but that's it so far in the entire game.
That's right, because their first choice striker, Will Musgrave, wasn't on, was he? That's right.
Real good battle again for the ball. England in possession. Space starting to open up. 1-2 on the edge of the circle. Big appeal. Umpire having a good look at everything, and it is an England ball.
Well, that was heavy and loud. I'm surprised there wasn't any kind of decision in there. Lions have got to get back on their feet. That hit a body.
Yep, and that is back stick is the signal from the umpire. And so we have our second penalty corner of the game. And it is the first for England, and the first in the second half overall.
Well, that's a lovely little layoff by Duffy. He's just left that for Hennessy on his way through, and then the ball that comes back into the circle. back stick, or would signal as a clear back stick.
So around the edge of the England circle, we've already identified Gareth Andrew can strike a ball cleanly. Also, Jack Gill, number 4 for England.
He's not
Is he
on,
the
at the
field?
moment.
No,
He's not on at the moment, so Gareth Andrew can flick. They've got an option on the slip, but Andrew, I think, will take this on, won't he?
It's low and wide of the upright. It did take a Lions touch on the way through. So long corner. England not wasting any time at all. Back into the circle again. Maybe a touch too quickly. And Lions see out the danger. They've pushed England back to halfway. England recycle the ball. Taking a look up. What's the route back towards goal? Flicked out towards the right-hand side. With it, Bloomfield. That's been picked off by McNally from the Lions. Shields the ball relatively well, and thought Mohamed Samak may have come away with the ball, but no, it wasn't to be. Lions going again from the back.
Yeah, Dave McInally done really well in these defensive positions. As he rotated back in there, he was trying deliberately to draw that contact from Samak. But like you, Andy, I thought that he might have just lost that a little bit under pressure. Another one of the D-side players who are here in this side, 3 or 4 of them who've committed to this weekend.
England pressing again down the left-hand side. Andrew again chops back on this forehander. That's a big appeal, big call, and again another clear signal. Foot indicated, and it's a second penalty corner in relatively quick succession for England.
Gareth Andrews got so much experience. As soon as he gets into this position where he can get his eyes up, gets his eyes up, fakes on the reverse, pulls it back in, knows there's a foot in the circle. Unfortunately, Andy Bulmer puts his left foot out and goes, go on, hit it. Andrew does.
Indeed, and head up and a frustration. Not a lot he could do about that. So can England convert this second opportunity? I think
Tom Goff, number 1 runner, just denied last time.
Andrew again, low. And that's been defended again very strongly. Ball still live, goalkeeper scrambling. Another penalty corner, third for England.
Tom Goff yet again, brilliant running, gets a full blade on the Gareth Andrew attempted flick. The recycle gets a deflection high up into the air, which is then dangerous, which is why there's been a re-award. Tom Goff, though, we just caught his face on camera, looks like he's absolutely hanging out.
Good day for conditions are warm. This is the 3rd game in 3 days. This is the type of thing that these players have been looking forward to for months, though. England on the go again. Not brilliant. This time, though, it's a routine. And it's a stroke.
Yeah, frustratingly for England, Gareth Andrew has carried that right and left. He's got the goalkeeper to commit. We watch this again. He carries it himself. He goes to the backhand. He loops it over the goalkeeper. It's not a great connection, but it's enough. There's the take. Takes it to his left. Now he's on his backhand. Goalie comes out. He pops it across, and it's hit the man on the line, on the body, which is why there's been a penalty stroke.
Indeed. So who will have the responsibility? It looks very much like Ben Albury. Goalkeeper. Cameron Stockwell. Cameron Stockwell for the Lions, number 2.
Yeah, from Rotherham, plays 4.
So will England get on level terms? They do. It's all square. England 1, Lions 1. A very engaged crowd cheering that England goal in. Ben Oliver going to the goalkeeper's right-hand side. Goalkeeper diving the wrong way. And a celebration. We are all square. England 1, Lions 1.
Ben Albury, the goal scorer, a hugely experienced player. Played at all the levels in the English game from the Premier League down currently, I believe, with Sevenoaks. Will that goal spur England on, do you think? Will they see that as an opportunity? Certainly it felt like with that build-up over the penalty corners, they're just starting, the kind of pressure cooker build. And will the fact that this Lions side has come together late, they haven't really got kind of any sort of structure to fall back on, if you like, but will they therefore just play without fear? That is a lovely dummy.
Oh, very, very nice indeed. And yeah, how will the Lions react too? Because this is the first time they've been they've conceded in the game. They've looked good throughout, and England using a bit of a shield there.
Well, Pratt, that's very clever from James Pratt as he's worked forwards. The letter of the law, if you win a free hit, the players have to back away. If they are trying to back away, you can't create a foul by running at a player who is trying to get out of your way. So Pratt wasn't running in a straight line, he was literally mirroring the movement.
Just heard a hooter here, and that is three-quarter time. It is living up to its billing. It's a thriller. England 1, Lions 1, the men's over 35s competition. What do you reckon we'll see in the next 17 and a half minutes?
More of the same, to be honest, in my opinion. The tempo will just continue to ramp up. Unfortunately, because of that, I think we'll see more errors. We'll see some spaces open up as both sides start to go for it. We could easily see several more goals at the same point. Given what we've seen so far, we could see none. It's not going to go to a shootout because I think that the regulations won't do that. I'd love it if it was. Goal difference irrelevant. You've got to finish this game, but that won't be the case. So I think it'll be exciting. I think it'll be high-paced.
Well, there's only one place to watch the conclusion to this game, and that's on BTV. Stay with us. Welcome back to coverage of the men's over 35 competition at the Masters Invitational event here at Nottingham Hockey Centre. It's been a very enjoyable first three quarters of the game. England back on terms through a penalty stroke converted by Ben Albury. Lions going ahead in the first half through Jack Marfleet's fine strike. So what will we see in the final 17 and a half minutes? I'm hoping for a bit of chaos.
Brilliant. That's what I'd like. Technically, I want some chaos. Let's just see mayhem.
Yes, two teams. I mean that structurally, two teams really going for it.
Really like structured chaos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What we've seen so far is two very, very good teams who are determined to go for it. And with 17 and a half minutes of the entire tournament left to play, I sense that there's a missing stick in there. We've already had the first spell of chaos. England into the circle already. That's played towards the goal. I think it was meant to be a layoff more than a shot. Whistle goes. Lions looking to go quickly out from the back.
What a touch that was from Ben Green. Absolutely brilliant, using all of his Staines experience to get himself in the middle of the circle. Just to intercept that, put a stick in the way. Unfortunately, it's one of those moments. So James Pratt had lost his stick in the tackle, and whether you think it's right or wrong, you can't afford in a game like this to stare at the umpire and say, come on, that should have been a free hit. If it's not, it's not. You need to get your stick in your hand and help your teammates.
Indeed, the ball will be away in no time. Dave McNally taking the ball quite away from the restart with a layoff.
Disappointingly for the Lions, I haven't seen Jack Marfleet come back in. He picked up a knock. Jagsgill pushed the ball hard, long down the right-hand side. Marfleet, who was the goal scorer, obviously, but also one of the real live wires, I felt, had a superb first half. Ran off the ambulance. You can only assume he's had to have some stitches put into that because he hasn't come back into this game at all.
Here go England again, through a little bit of traffic. And the Lions will clear. No, they won't. It's England ball. I thought everyone was holding up for a reset, but we know fired in low, and that's going to hurt. I'm impressed. Sam Mallett seems to be made of steel.
Quite often pain, it's honestly, this sounds like a bizarre thing to say, a lot of pain's in your mind, and if your brain's in the right place, there's a whole difference about how stuff hurts when you're on the front foot, when the adrenaline is flowing, and you think, you know what, okay, I recognise the impact, but actually, that doesn't hurt, that's okay, I can cope with that and play on. A couple of quick steps.
Yeah. Come 7 o'clock tonight, it might feel a bit different, but yes.
That depends how long they spend in the bar after this game, to be fair, because it may well be a tomorrow morning thing, but we'll see. Hospitality here has been second to none.
It's always a welcome seat in the stick and picture should you happen to come to Nottingham Hockey Centre. Into the circle, England go again. And that's another opportunity from a penalty corner for England, really ramping up the pressure again. Is this the opportunity? This is the 4th overall for England, and it's the 4th in the second half for them, none in the first.
Aubrey did really well. That lovely little drop-off for Hennessy to then just come forward, the underarm ball into the circle. There's 2 or 3 touches. Good umpiring because it wasn't dangerous even though it was lifted. The back stick, however, from Joe Paul was the infringement.
So you can see the shirt of number 2, Cameron Stockel, in the lines. Goal. Lingering around the edge of the circle. Gareth Andrew looking to add to his 5 goals he's already scored in the tournament. Seen a couple of slower deliveries. That one is there to be hit, and that's crunched off the bar.
Jack Gill, that's both Gill and Andrew have tried to knock the casing off that. The flick from Gill, he was going high into the goalkeeper's top right-hand corner, top left as you look. Absolutely rattled the crossbar, and then as it came down, he had a reverse stick flash that wasn't dangerous to anybody. But then Gareth Andrew behind him, he's tried to put that through the rigging, missed absolutely everything. If he connected, it would have landed in Derbyshire.
That's a real let-off, I think, from the Lions. You don't get much better connections than that without a goal. Fortunately, from an England point of view, the frame of the goal is what was found.
I think it was the bottom edge of the crossbar because of the way the ball came back down into the turf. So it wasn't even flush. It would have been higher back into the circle if it had been. That's a good tackle. Well, got to say, I didn't think there was anything wrong with that. There's a whole load of noise.
Big pantomime boos from somewhere.
Oh, and
a yellow card. I wonder if we can get that back.
Well, as a yellow card's been shown. Don't know who's picked it up. Mark Moss over in front of the bench, the coach. That starts to be, that's why. And unfortunately, that is a 10-minute yellow because that's Craig Duffy, if it is number 12, who's been given the card. That the rule states if you choose to go to ground and you create contact with an opponent, which he did, the letter of the law, that is a 10-minute yellow card. That's what the rules are. And unfortunately, whether you win the ball or not is an irrelevance. If you've put yourself on the deck and it creates impact, that's considered to be dangerous. That's the interpretation. Like it or not, that's the correct rule that's been applied.
And instantly applied as well. Lions now with 10 minutes with player advantage. Into the circle they go.
Well, from what we're hearing, it's just a 5-minute yellow. So I have to say it was given because it must have been given because of the nature of going to ground. Maybe Dave Munger, hugely experienced umpire, and I'm definitely not going to question his application of time or card. I can understand why it was a card.
So let's rephrase that. Certainly Lions will have a player advantage for at least 5 minutes. Around the edge of the circle they go, chasing the loose ball, and England come away with it. Possession has gone very, very bitty again. Congestion in the midfield.
Well, the chase, Andy, and it is a chase, the chase has to be controlled. It has to be with real planning because they have to structure how they approach the press. They've got the extra player. They can afford to change their lineup slightly. They can go to a 4-man front line if they want to and cut the pitch in half, deny England opportunity. But there's no point doing it with individual players choosing to just run and chase and sprint at the ball carrier.
England looking settled in defence. I know they'll be prepared for that spell defending. Stepped in well. And
that's is that little skip in midfield for Ben Foster, the captain, as he's jumped in and just jabbed that onto Mo Samak's foot, gets the free hit, and there's almost a little just skipping his step as he jumps up going, yeah, I've done that. Brilliant to watch, genuine enthusiasm.
That's a long aerial ball towards the edge of the circle. Where has it bounced? And who got the final touch? Well, it looks like it came off a Lion stick.
Ben Green somehow got a touch on that because Gareth Andrew had led really, really high, and Jags Gill is just going to throw absolute bombs all the way down the pitch. That's been given as a corner, Mo Samak driving in.
Long burst on the whistle.
But I think is that a card as well that's been given? It is a card, so that's been picked up by Harpal Panesar.
Indeed.
For the stick tackle, but it wasn't a corner. It's been given as a personal penalty. So just because it's a... Oh no, that's a replay. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It is a corner. Sorry, I wasn't watching the screen as we were doing that. There you go. I'm sacked. Genuinely, I'm out of here. Commentator go over a replay. Brilliant.
10 minutes to go. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So what we will have is David Smith to inject the ball. We've got 20 Bloomfield, 14 Ian Swallow. Gill, who was unfortunate about 5 minutes ago with that drive.
There's a green card, we've been told that it was, that Lions picked up, so just a 2-minute suspension, so they should be able to run that through whilst the yellow card is being played.
That's been palmed over the top of the goal. Good goalkeeping, but a good shot from Jags Gill.
Jags Gill will be disappointed because he's gone high, but he's gone straight. Cameron Stockel's just standing up. He's got a left hand up. You can see the pace on the corner.
Let's break off again as England look to get another ball on target, but they won't this time. Adam Bloomfield denied.
Bloomfield done the hard work. The ball from Gill onto his forehand. He cut in on the backhand and then come back to try and draw the defender into a foul, but his second touch was just a little bit loose. Gill once again chucking it forward. For me, it's the wrong time to be throwing these overheads. There's still 10 minutes left to play. That to me is a ball that's when there's 2 or 3 minutes to go, because you're throwing it into congested space. Samak is high, but at the same time, he's got defensive. There's defensive pressure on him, so you need to be able to throw that into a player who's in space themselves. And the England have got enough quality to really be picking passes.
And that is a nice still and a nice layoff. England could be in here. Is this a shot? It is, and that's another important save from Cameron Stockel. This time hit a little bit firmer and in a difficult position. England really trying to turn the screw here, looking to go 2-1 ahead.
Now, the quality of Gareth Andrews' take was brilliant.
Shot this time. Again, that's been come off the goalkeeper. 2 shots in relatively quick succession here, and England really trying to find a way through. Lions a little bit rattled. A reminder as well that Lions are a player up.
Well, that's 3 really good saves, 1 from a corner and 2 open play from Cammy Stockel. He's picked that brilliantly. Second shot on that left leg to get enough behind it to get it clear.
England back up to a full complement now as well. Pressure looking to build from an England perspective. Space really opening up. Lions really compressed in their own defensive third at the moment. That is not going to help Jags Gill.
Well, Jags Gill choosing to jog away, but he doesn't really need to. Mo Samak, the highest England player in our picture, is calling for support because that high press could have come. Jags Gill did not need to run away at that moment. It's allowed. That's a great take, though, from Gill, to be fair. I was going to say that's allowed James Pratt to do what he's done all this game and dribble brilliantly through midfield.
England pressing, steady defence from the Lions. There's an awful lot going on in the middle of our picture.
Oh, that is an absolute captain's moment. Ben Foster, take a bow. Somehow, you've dribbled your way out of 3 players on top of your own circle, including a tiny little pop into the turf. Genius, absolute genius.
1 for the personal highlights reel. Lions now. That's not the right pass, and England looking to break here. Hennessy.
Panesar, who picked up that green card, he was the player who threw that across. The immediacy, the reaction to turnover now going to be crucial as fatigue starts to creep in on these players.
The space on the right-hand side of the circle takes a touch. Goalkeeper involved again. Where is the ball? This time it's played in. That's been blocked on the line.
What a save. Panesar has picked that. The goalkeeper was about 14 miles away from making a save, having taken it off Gareth Andrew. I have no idea, absolutely no idea how Harpal Panesar's picked that. It seemed like he was sliding on his right hip. He somehow got a full bat on it and denied England the goal that breaks this deadlock.
Well, I wanted chaos. It looks like we've got it.
That'll be a card as well for not backing off. So I think that's another yellow. That one, green. Amrit Singh, I think, picked that up.
Here go the Lions. There's a swept to... Oh, and how did that stay out? How did that stay out?
Well, Tom McLean has basically just hit Simon Hibbert from about a yard all the time in the world. I appreciate Hibbert had to go across. Yes, Tom McLean's gone at it first time, but you could argue whether that's just a pick and a move. We'll see the replay. Lovely little first time layoff into the circle. The Lions have got an overlap. Needed to get underneath it, McLean, he did, but Hibbert got close enough.
England trying to play out their defence, and they will get the whistle. Both teams really looking to find a way through, break the deadlock, as you see. No prizes, but a lot of personal pride for the two teams that in this over 35s competition have been undefeated so far. 2 wins from 2. That's a long travel on that one, but mopped up neatly in the Lions' defence. Spaces opening up pretty much everywhere, but that is a real gift for England to play forward. David Tyler, support coming for him now. He's had to go out to the left-hand side of the circle. Finds a ball inside, it's bobbing around. Swept away.
Fair play moments ago to James Pratt after that ball had been taken. You could see him chasing back and the tackle was coming. He was winding it up from about shoulder height. Didn't do it.
Fired in, and that is the leading goal for England, and that can only have come from one player.
One man, absolutely one man. If you want somebody with the chance to hit a ball in the circle, Gareth Andrew has gone old school, upright reverse. This is brilliant. None of this fancy get your hands low on the edge. Stand up and smash it. Picks it up, it comes across there, upright reverse. What a beautiful finish. Absolute quality from Andrew. You've got to love it.
Takes him from 5 to 6 goals in the competition. He was already the competition's leading scorer. He's now 2 clear of Will Musgrave on the Lions. So with about 5 minutes to go, England have the lead, and what we've seen is a terrific game and a terrific advert for Masters Hockey. Can the Lions get back level, or will England potentially pull ahead? Strong tussle for the ball. England still in possession. Time, a little bit of space opening up for England. They want it down this end of the field. David Tyler playing the ball towards the edge of the circle. No one really in white to take it first of all, but this first time shot across the face of goal in front of the goalkeeper was Matt Lakin-Hall. Couldn't get a touch on it.
Mo Samak doing the right thing, opening the goal up, but Lakin-Hall was a little bit too narrow. Now, the question that you asked, Andy, that's the most important one, is what do the teams do now? England don't need to score another goal. The danger is that having got that goal that puts them into a lead, they now get over-enthusiastic, and it's whether it's a festival game, we want to win by another goal, or do they see this as a professional opportunity to close the game out? That's not the exciting thing that we want, but that is, if this was a meaningful game in a tournament, that's exactly what you would do. That's a blind pass, unfortunately, from Will Musgrave as he goes on the backhand across. If England continue to attack, Lions will get another chance in this game.
And England looking to press and get into the circle again, but that's just beyond the outreaching stick of, I think, Ben Albury, who was the furthest player on the far side there.
Yeah, it was indeed, and it was just a slightly poor pass as it came through. I think it was Martin Webb who tried to play that ball forward. Albury had done all the hard legwork, and absolutely right. It could be the last 3 minutes. This could easily be end to end as the Lions just try and impose themselves by playing forward. Their back division at the moment is too deep. They need to get those 2 players up onto the 23-metre line, carry it forwards. That's too long a pass because it allows England to get on top of Pratt.
and steal the ball back, as we'd thought for a moment, but Lions with it. So, committing a few more players forward, creeping forward all the time, go the Lions. Is there an equaliser in this game? Is there another twist that we can bring you?
Oh, I genuinely hope so, but they're only going to do it if they're brave, if they get their fullbacks a long way up the pitch, as high up the pitch as they possibly can. Gill now will undoubtedly go long and high. That's too long.
Yeah, 2 players underneath that, hoping to take advantage of that. Lions with another roll of the dice here from the back.
Well, Samak's body position there, number 15 in the middle of the shot, that suggests what England are going to do. They're just going to hold this and try and see it out, really. They don't need to do any more than that. The Lions have got to force the play. Half-back interchange to full-back here. It's just a little bit flat. Again, need to force that up. That should be Dave McNally trying to get the ball in that position rather than Dave Tyler picking it up for England.
Professional end to the game. Good game management from England's over 35 side. We're waiting here as the player's gone down. It was more of a stumble, I think.
Yeah, I think it was. It's one of those ones that you kind of hyperextend your knee. I just think the skipper's gone down hard on that. Ben Foster's just jarred his knee a little bit. Was actually asking Dave Smith to just give him a little hand up.
90 seconds or thereabouts. Clock currently stopped. England with the ball in the position that they want it, as far from the goal they're defending as possible. 3 players in purple blocking a direct route in towards goal, but fired across the face of goal. Goalkeeper scrambling a tiny touch there.
Yeah, it had never gone 5 metres in the first instance, so the Lions will get the restart away down this left-hand side. England being called away back out to halfway line, setting up an old-school half-court press right back out towards that 50-yard line. The Lions will have to go long. They've got to try and find an absolute defence-splitting pass.
There's a chance here. Fired in towards the circle, taking a touch, long corner. Cavalry coming up.
Here it comes, everybody. If you're going to lose 2-1, you may as well lose 3-1. Get every single player up the pitch. Make it as wide and as long as you possibly can. I know you're only playing in a quarter of the playing surface. You've got, what, 23 metres of forward space. Get players on the baseline. That's got a touch. That's an equaliser. What a goal that is. I think it's Tom Goff who's got a touch. It's been played in. They've thrown players forward. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. From the restart, walks it away for the 5 to give it the 5 metres, has taken it away. Crab, back foot in, touch across the goalkeeper. It is Tom Goff, indeed, who's got the deflection to equal the scores with, 15 seconds to go. That, I think, if it finishes here, I'm delighted. That is a fabulous result for this game.
Oh my gosh! What an attempt. What an attempt on goal, but play has been brought back, and that probably is that. Honours even, and literally it is honours even here.
Well, that's a high ball. I know that our shot clock has gone. Jags Gill has thrown that long. The Lions now surely will just choose to restart this. There's been a lot of stoppages during the course of this second half, hence the match clock on the screen is slightly out of sync with the technical officials. That's a foul in there, surely. Lions will want to work this forward. They've got what looked like a touch, but they've turned possession over. Samak, is there going to be a final twist? Oh,
stoppage.
Well, there's a card, but there's the final hooter.
And that's a yellow card right at the end. I think we'll all be shaking hands at the end of this. And there are the handshakes or fist bumps. What a dramatic 70 minutes of hockey, and a little bit more that we've seen this afternoon.
I love that. Absolutely love it. It was a game that started with 2 teams willing to go toe-to-toe, and they did. And fair play to the Lions. Tom Goff with that last second equaliser. Yet there was a bit of a mugging on the edge of the 25 at the end, but there's the goal scorers.
Indeed. Let me talk you through the goals. Lions taking the lead. Jack Marfleet with a fantastic ripping shot from a tight angle. Ben Albury replying for England, converting a penalty stroke for 1-1 early in the second half. Gareth Andrew we thought that done enough to give England the victory on 65, powering a drive into the bottom of the goal. But as we saw just moments ago, Tom Goff with an outrageous finish to share the spoils. England 2, Lions 2. You've been watching BTV from Nottingham Hockey Centre. This has been the Masters Invitational event in the men's over 35s competition. It has been a festival of hockey, and what a crowning game to bring to you right at the end. I've been Andy Day. Simon Mason's been sat with me throughout the game, and it's been a joy. We'll do it all again soon. You've been watching BTV. From here, special mention as well to the umpires David Munger and Amar Chudasama as well in green today.
I've been asked by the MPUA just to mention Amar. I mean, comes from the Jack Grealish school of styling. Apparently, they would like that to be noted in this afternoon's commentary.
We will put that into the highlight reel as well. Conditions for Nottingham. And you can see the spray coming up over the surface as well, and that possibly led to a miscontrol there. Lions runner trying to slide and keep the ball in play, and that is incredibly well done.
Absolutely brilliant from Jeff Parker. I thought there's no way, after he missed his first touch, he's managed to slide that.
Long call. From here, special mention as well to the umpires David Munger and Amar Chudasama as well in green today.
I've been asked by the MPUA just to mention Amar. I mean, comes from the Jack Grealish school of styling. Apparently, they would like that to be noted in this afternoon's commentary.
We will put that into the highlight reel as well. Conditions for Nottingham. And you can see the spray coming up over the surface as well, and that possibly led to a miscontrol there. Lions runner trying to slide and keep the ball in play, and that is incredibly well done.
Absolutely brilliant from Jeff Parker. I thought there's no way, after he missed his first touch, he's managed to slide that.
Long corner signalled. Jack Marfleet sensibly leaving the ball to run out of play rather than trying to play it forward himself. Wait for support coming in. Crunch towards the edge of the circle, bouncing ball. Goalkeeper plays it, and that's been ripped into the goal. Lions lead by 1-0.
That's a brilliant finish.
England have got to be aware of, I'm sure. Here's Goff again. Big coming together. You could hear the sound of the players on the carpet. Here goes Goff.
Swallow's been done because he thought it was going to be his free hit. He's looked at that and just stared at it, basically.
And we've got the first penalty corner of the moment. England working well through the middle this time. Lay off to David Smith. Neat to the edge of the circle. That's tapped towards goal.
Somehow that's come off Welby as Gareth Andrew has put a bat through it. I think it's deflected off the goalkeeper. Well, this is for Lions, where, oh wow, there's a touch. not the planned touch that the skipper was looking for. Johnny Bryan didn't want the top edge to go out to Jagsgill, but it was effective nonetheless. Carry was just a little bit high risk. I think it was Joe Paul who was trying to rotate through there, and the Lions now, it feels like they're running with the ball too much.
That's a neat ball in towards the circle. Shot on goal coming here. Goalkeeper's committed. And Lions get the whistle. Players sliding disciplinary benches. 11 versus 11.
So just to clarify for the NPUA, if they're listening, you have said that David Munger consults fashion manuals for 2021, right, for his stature?
He writes them. He writes them.
Brilliant. So we've got Amar at the other end with his Jack Grealish school of styling.
£100 million worth of umpiring at one end. Warm. This is the third game in 3 days. This is the type of thing that these players have been looking forward to for months, though. England on the go again. Not brilliant. This time, though, it's a routine. And it's a stroke.
Yeah, frustratingly for England, Gareth Andrew.
So will England get on level terms? They do. It's all square. England 1, Lions 1. A very engaged crowd. Lingering around the edge of the circle. Gareth Andrew looking to add to his 5 goals he's already scored in the tournament. Seen a couple of slower deliveries. That one is there to be hit, and that's crunched off the bar.
Jagsgill, that's both Gill and Andrew have tried to knock the casing off that. The flick would have been higher back into the circle if it had been. That's a good tackle. Well, got to say, didn't think there was anything wrong with that. There's a whole load of noise.
Big pantomime boos from somewhere.
Oh, and
a yellow card. I wonder if we can get that back.
Well, there's a yellow card.
Aerial ball towards the edge of the circle. Where has it bounced? And who got the final touch? Well, it looks like it came off a Lion stick.
Ben Green somehow got a touch on that because Gareth Andrew had led really, really high, and Jagsgill is just going to throw absolute bombs all the way down the pitch. That's been given as a corner. Mo Samak driving in.
England pressing, steady defence from the Lions. There's an awful lot going on in the middle of our picture.
Oh, that is an absolute captain's moment. Ben Foster, take a bow. Somehow, you've dribbled your way out of 3 players on top of... The immediacy, the reaction to turnover now going to be crucial as fatigue starts to creep in on these players.
The space on the right-hand side of the circle takes a touch. Goalkeeper involved again. Where is the ball? This time it's played in. That's been blocked on the line.
Oh, what a save. Pansar has picked that. The goalkeeper was about 14 miles away from making a save. Go to James Pratt after that ball had been taken. You could see him chasing back and the tackle was coming. He was winding it up from about shoulder height. Didn't do it.
Fired in, and that is the leading goal for England, and that can only have come from one player.
One man, absolutely one man. If you want somebody with the chance as wide and as long as you possibly can, I know you're only playing in a quarter of the playing surface. You've got, what, 23 metres of forward space. Get players on the baseline. That's got a touch. That's an equaliser. What a goal that is. I think it's Tom Goff who's got a touch.